Hi. Hey. Hello. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 2:13 in the afternoon on 9/15/25. It's 73 degrees out, and it's a Monday. That's a September 15th, 2025, 9/15/25. You can see all this up there on the wall. 2:14, 73 degrees, 9:15 on a Saturday. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Today I had to wake up just like I did on Friday. I had to wake up at 6:30 in the morning. And, just checking the sound here. It looks like maybe I need to turn it down just a tiny bit. I woke up at 6:30 today as I had a doctor's appointment at 8 a.m. And that was hard, and I went, I had an eye doctor's appointment, and I went to my eye doctor's appointment, and he dilated my eyes as they suggest that I have glaucoma. Or sorry, they're worried that I have glaucoma, but the test came out favorable today. He's going to keep an eye on it. They check on it like every 6 months and stuff, and I'm on watch for it. But, today was a checkup day, so I went in, and they they tested my eyes, and I have perfect 20/20, which is good, but they dilated my eyes, and I came back, and that always makes me sort of sick and out of it. And so I just like laid in bed for 5 hours or so, 4 hours. Yeah, since like, 3 or I don't know, like 2, 3 hours. And so now I'm back here today, and I must admit I have a little bit of an upset stomach, and I don't feel that good. Something about dilating the eyes actually does really affect me. And I am just here to play some video games. So here, with no further ado, I'll take it off with the big face. I'm just here to tell you what's going on in my life and who I am and what I'm doing. Gonna get the mic out of the shot here and a little bit more situated correctly. Gonna drop it off the big face. Activate. I am playing some No Man's Sky, some Eve, and some FFXI, Final Fantasy XI. And I will go back to doing that. So there we go. We're going to go back to doing that. Sending some stuff to my alt today. And I get to make, 300 or 400K worth of sales today. And I've just been stockpiling stuff for... Oh, I did the wrong thing. God damn it. That stupid chess key. Anyways, my inventory had gotten full, and I need to make sales or I won't have income coming in for a while. So, we got bone chip, rabbit hide, hair meat, or crystal, shell, mithril beast coin. These melon pies can go, they can be sold singles. And I think that's everything, yeah. Finally done with this. We're gonna log over. And Eve, I am all set up to exit this station. Okay, so, and then we optimize routes. Elandoki, optimize routes. Yep, good. And then we come back here at the end. And we leave. Yes. And then getting on No Man's Sky. I like this game, but its lack of combat is thwarting my overall interest in it, and I wonder maybe if this game will last as long as I thought it will. But it did come on pretty strong, just seeing it and understanding what it was, and I haven't got to the Corvette stuff yet, but seeing how much time it takes for how little amount of combat it gives. I am kind of excited to come back to Starfield, but it's good to play a different take on Starfield, essentially. This game's good, but I think there's a reason why it didn't become like a Rust. I think Rust is doing much better than this game, particularly because it is better than this game. It's like better, you know. I could go to PvE Rust, and that would probably... Ooh, hazardous flora. That would probably fix my cravings for Survival Sandbox. I have a bad craving for Survival Sandbox on a longer term bent. And while I like Mortal, I think Mortal's too toxic. I constantly get robbed in it, and it's fucking annoying. It's like most of the people still on the Mortal server, they think that robbery and murder is like the way of life on there, and they call that PvP. But I mean, it is robbery and murder. It's just people killing you all the fucking time. I mean, when you're not ready for it, or when you don't have weapons equipped or something like that. You can call it PvP if you want, and yeah, I engage in it too. But I mean, like, I don't go out looking for it every day. They've got a thirst for it. They're out there looking for it every day, like Rust. I don't want that. I don't want to go out and find conflict all the time. I don't want people robbing me all the time. I prefer how peaceful this game is. But the combat is so weak in this game that I don't really understand how the dev didn't truly. I mean, there is a lot of combat in this game, but it's weak like Minecraft. Like, I don't really respect the combat in this game. It's hard, but it's not like skill-based combat. It's like aim at something and hold the right trigger. It's all it is, really. While the game is beautiful and it's got a lot going on, and I really do like it, and those stars are real, it's got the most amount of working systems I've ever seen a game have. It even has like clouds that do coalesce into storms and stuff. And I can see it only getting better with more interest and time. But it does have issues like any other game. Balancing it with something else does help. But I wonder. I like this game, but it's not going anywhere. And I want to look at it kind of like a money grinder. Like when I want to get on and do a mindless grind, I think No Man's Sky is good. It's good to have access in it to it. It will remain in like the collection and in my favorites, and I will come back to it. But I think even Once Human can hold more interest to me than this game can, because it at least has combat that I do appreciate. And it is this huge. It's not a sandbox, but it comes across like a 76 sandbox. It is a really big sandbox. Once Human. It's fucking big. And it has a lot of sandbox things happening in it, too. So does this game, but this game, the combat just isn't as good as Once Human, and I find myself wanting to put something like this kind of in the background, where I just go out and I farm things and I sell them.
Life support power low.
Oops.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Much easier. I don't care if it walks you around. I don't like that it walks you around, but nah. Like, I think Once Human in 76 is a little bit more competitive in terms of the grade curve, like PvE curve. This game just feels like you can be on a planet out of a gajillion planets, just on your grind. And it doesn't really matter to anybody else. And you don't really ever see any neighbors, and you don't ever see anybody at town. You do at town, but you don't really see the same sort of like MMO things, even as like Mortal. I feel like I could force a reality out of Mortal. But I have a piece of paper on my television that's like, you know, you've got to internalize the most terrible toxic addiction I've ever had is free for all PvP. It's hurt me and my family. It must stop. And I think about that, and I'm like, Mortal is part of that. Mortal's part of that. Although I am playing EVE Online, but like, you know, I'm playing it on like an PvE bent where I don't really want, you know, people killing me all the fucking time, but they do. And while Mortal doesn't reset like Rust, and you can just keep stuffing those boxes, and I did. The amount of time to go get a pig every time somebody kills me, every day, is hours. It's fucking hours. And I don't want that to be my life. I don't want my life to be running down the hill to get another pig after, after, maybe I should just take the taming points out of my chart. Like pigs, they were fun. They were educational, but they don't really, the inventory, huh? Maybe let's just go sell all of this. I guess I'll cycle it. Yeah, pull me my ship. No, you can't land here, but you can probably land there. There's this competition. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but there's this competition in some of these MMOs that this game just doesn't have, where it's like you have to get gear. You're trying to do something. You're trying to build a base or something. You're trying to get money so you can buy books or something. It's weird. And while I feel like I could find a real verifiable like world immortal, like a time immortal, you know. Oh, I'm going out to. I should have just gone home. I'm gonna go home and use the teleporter. It's the fastest way, really. This game is cool, but it lacks combat, and I guess that's my. This game is cool, but it needs a serious combat rework, and I feel like it almost needs in like an emergency. Needs it in like an emergency way. All the rest of it is perfect. I can't think of an issue with this game, from the music to the graphics to the worlds and everything. All of it's perfect except for the combat. You can see that it's a combat weak game, where they're like, don't worry about the combat. It comes if you want it to, but don't worry about the combat. And I'm like, but I do worry about the combat. I was raised on grinders like Final Fantasy 11, where I do worry about the combat all the fucking time. I mean, I didn't mean to log this. I meant to log this character, but I don't know. Am I in Bastock? Yeah. I want to go home. I'll go past the Goldsmithing Guild and then go home to the Mog House. I'm going to log to the other character. I just want to make sure I have, like, sent. Yeah, I've sent everything. This chest key, do I need it? I don't know. I need to buy tuna sushi. I need to sell, like, fucking 20 items or something, and that's going to take forever to type them all in on the keyboard. So, like, a long-form game like this that sits in the background is what I need. There's only a few options. Rust isn't really it because they reset every month, and that's just not what I'm looking for. I want an endless grinder that gets stronger. Like the Rust Hardcore Zombies server kind of outdoes that, but the progress constantly gets reset anyways. And now, what was that sound? I heard something scream or something, or yell. The hell is that? The hell is going? Is it something else? No, it's. What the hell is going on? I have no idea. Oh, that was my solar panel opening because it's not dark anymore. That's cool. Like the solar panel tucks up at night. See, there's like cool stuff like that. Again, the game is cool, but it's a good long form game in the background, but it's not RPG combat enough. It's close. It's so close, but it's not enough. And I don't think I can make this game a main. It's a great little game for a visit. I don't know. Maybe I should just rededicate to Mortal. And I guess my real problem is running down to get pigs over and over and over again. It's acceptable for when you need mounts. But handling the pigs in combat, like, I don't know. I think I want to drop my points out of taming, and they took so long and they were so expensive to get. But yeah, advanced creature control. I could repurpose to something else. Like, I know that heals benefit me. I know they do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, my build doesn't support it, really. I don't have the psyche for heals. I don't have it. So, like, the game's got problems like that where I'm like, I can't find a spec that I actually like. I don't like the melee combat. I do like archery enough to do it. The music's not good enough in Mortal. I think Once Human is better than Mortal and it's definitely less toxic, so I think maybe I will sub in Once Human for Mortal. It's weird that I'm playing Once Human. I could just play Once Human on GeForce Now. Yeah. And then I need some other long form main like this that can go on forever, but that's more medieval RPG, which is sort of more my style. I could always just go back to WoW, but I don't really like WoW. Mortal's closer. But it's like, I'm sure with time my spec could fix, and I don't know. Like, it's like, I don't see an end vision to having fun in that game. Running down to get pigs over and over and over again isn't really working for me. The game, the current system of run to the daily town board things and only getting 3 quests and the likelihood of them being good is very low, is a bad system. It's just a bad system that they easily could fix. This game has better, like, honestly, if I focused on town board quests, I'd probably be happier than what I'm currently doing right now. Now, I went back here to drop. Yeah, I went back to drop and then just pull out of the big box. Yeah, so I'm going to turn the music on now. I had turned it off because I was working earlier. I'm going to go drop in the big box. The game is just enough to keep my interest, and the more I play it, I'm hoping the more I'll kind of like cotton to it.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Okay, so I'm gonna take all of the food out of here, and I'm gonna sell it all. I'm gonna process all the rusted metal that I've got. The food can be replaced later. Gek relics should come with me because they're useful for bribing Geks and stuff. And then this thing, I don't know what that is, but I'll probably keep it on me. Other stuff that I can sell, 800 units each for sweet root, which is good. Processing a nutrient processor, nope. There's pirate transponders, those will sell, I'll just sell them. And what else? There's other stuff here. High energy shield generator for, ooh, cool, it's my second Corvette piece. So, I suppose I always could keep, oh look, there's a stack of 40 shield, armor platings. I'll keep a stack of armor plating because it's just like, you know, something I use. And this cobalt, no, I'm gonna keep it there just in case I need it. Anything else I can sell? I don't really see anything like that. We'll pop those things. There's 1,000 gold, and I already have, like, any stacks beyond the first stack of gold is sort of superfluous, so I will sell those. Yeah, and then I will go make a sales thing. Let's see how annoying it is to fly back. I wish there was a teleportal. Let's see how annoying it is to fly to the station. I mean, they make it fast. If you want to shoot across this universe, you can. It's fucking fast. It definitely costs fuel, and I should have just flown home. I'm learning. It's better to go use the teleportal than it is to use this fuel to fly to this station that's far away. Stop. I want to go home. This was wasteful. Yeah, I don't want to go to the freighter. I want to go to... Yeah, like, go to that thing. And oh, no, first HQ, yeah. Just take me home. I like living on this cool little blue Saturn world. This was a great world to start on. The game's good. It's got one of the things that's good about this game is it's kind of more of a passive game that has a lot to do with, like, I wonder if there's such a thing as space hauling in this. I don't really know. Am I at the first stop of this? Yes, I am. So... I'm going home. I don't know, in 10 years, he should have improved the combat. And I'm really a lot more of like a once human combat grinder than I am like a exploration planetary, you know, person. And that was sort of my issue with Rust, is there's not enough combat grinding and it's only PvP really. And that's my thing, I have to kind of embrace that nature of it. Mortal is a better game than I give it credit for. But I like, it's so toxic every day. Like, I don't want to use my pigs in combat, and I might repurpose the points for something else, like armor training, anything that helps my survival at all. Yeah, like, I don't know, like I don't want to use the pets. Like, maybe I should go back to Mortal and just repurpose my my playthrough towards avoiding abuse. And well, no, see, it's not a good enough main. It's not a good enough of a combat grinder main. It's fucking annoying. WoW Hardcore was close. I could go back to WoW Hardcore with all the mods and everything and take it really seriously and, you know, get rested all the time. But no, I'll lose the character because I'm AFK, alt-tabbed. I know what'll happen. Good. So we're ready to go receive. Okay, so first we save, then I'm going to sell. It is a good world to live in, and the Corvette will only make it better, and it's got more stuff I can do. But even 76 is more of a game I would prefer to play. Like, or like, I guess I should balance it with Once Human and spend my time on actually spend my time on Once Human. That's probably what I should do. This combination that I was doing yesterday is pretty good, because anytime that I'm bored with this game because it doesn't have enough combat, I can just go to Once Human and do a run. I like this game because it's not toxic. It is a really good science game. It's, you know, it's a respectable game. It's, you know, Sweet root. I'll just take the money. Oh, the geode. I've got to break the geode, I guess. Geode. Storm crystal. Not bad. Not bad. 210k off those crystals. Not bad. Yeah, and I got those to do for nanites. I'll have to teleport back to the thing. I forgot to cycle, I guess. That's all right. First, we make sales. Cooking animals is a really good steady income that I can use to just reach 210. Not bad. And mining stuff. Yeah, mining stuff for crystals and stuff like that. Get geodes, right? The geodes. I need to bust them. Geodes. 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 Analyze, analyze. Sweet root. How much is the living slime? It's 970. Is not enough. Forge pirate transponders. I'm starting to get up in the credits. 1.1 million. Not bad. Meaty chunks for 229, and that's not that much. You know, it's not that much farming. 1,000 gold for 321. 321. I'll take it. Gold is by my house. Yeah, and look, there's a lot of income there. Starship launch fuel, to hydrogen. Okay, let's see what we have for sale. Ion capacitors, ferrite dust. Yeah, I mean, any ferrite dust, really. Because I can always just triple the value of it or whatever. I mean, this kind of money, it's a joke. Take it. We'll go back to the freighter. It is a good enough game when I give it its, you know, time. When I spend the time, it is a good enough game. If you give it, if you're open-minded to it, it is a good enough game. It is co-op, you know, which is good. Unstable plasma, hermetic seals, and platinum. We'll take platinum. Ooh, 296, 305. But I mean, I think that's a good deal. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, so right now, I suppose this freighter stuff could be viewed as... Oh no, I guess I can make more sales? I guess I can, unless you're not buying that stuff. Are you not buying some of this meat? You are buying some of that meat? Well, like, what about somebody else? Will somebody else buy it? Oh yeah, I gotta look at the mission trainer. Kill 4 sentinels. Okay. Are you a trader? Mining overseer or blah. Request dialect help. This is when the game gets boring and I'm just like, it's every step is a little bit of time stolen or whatever. Weapon skin destruction, reforged limited time, gift box release, frame, dawn light, small furniture pack available. Yeah. I'm going to enter game. I'm level 18. I haven't done anything. It's kind of funny. Hey, my Gex standing. Nice, he gave me money. Give me money! 500 credits, not bad. Analyst, entity, SAF. Traveler. Nice Corvax rep. I need to go upstairs. I don't know. Is there a trader upstairs? I don't know. I don't know if there's a trader here. This was investor. Earned 1.1 million unit. Capitalist. This killed my FFXI. I'll have to load it again. Mining overseer. Maybe I can spend nanites, I don't know. Technology merchant. Installable, upgrade modules, sell anything. Nope, inventory empty. Okay, buy. Okay. Let's hop to the other station and see if they'll buy my other meat. New Patrick CC.
I'm going to show you
New Patrick CC from an hour ago.
a few different modern fast food locations with the logos removed, and I want to see if you can guess which restaurant.
That's a Wendy's. That's a steak and what are they called? Steak and Shake. That's a Chipotle, and that's a Starbucks.
It is. Here is number 1. That is.
Oh
Panda
no, I got it wrong. I thought that was a Starbucks.
Express. Here is number 2. That is Arby's.
Oh, I was wrong. I guessed Steak and Shake for that one.
Here is number 3. That is
Burger King. I nailed it. Sorry, I did not get that one. Excuse me.
Number 4. That is.
I did get the Wendy's, and that's the only one of those that I like.
Wendy's. Fast food restaurants in America have completely lost their identity, but it doesn't stop at these soulless gray buildings. Fast food used to be cheap, tasty, and most importantly, fast. And on top of that, the experience used to be fun. Today, the color is gone. The prices for a meal are almost the same as a regular restaurant, and the service is slower than ever. But this did not happen by accident. In fact, it's all by design. And today I'm going to break down why fast food today is colorless, expensive, and slow. And while it might sound like all hope is lost, there is something you can do to change it. And if enough of us do that, we just might be able to return to the glory days. Modern American fast food buildings are the perfect representation of the soul that's been sucked out of the industry. What used to be these creative architectural fun houses have transformed into sterile gray boxes that are severely lacking identity. Some of them kind of look like modern homes, some of them look like banks, some of them just look like corporate offices. But when you remove the logo, you genuinely could not tell what restaurant it was. Compare that to what this architectural illustrator posted on Reddit. Even without the logos, you can still tell which building belongs to each fast food brand. Or can you? I'll see if in the comments one of you gets all 12 correct. Early Taco Bell locations were designed to evoke the look and feel of traditional Spanish and Mexican style architecture. The original buildings featured stucco walls, red clay tile roofs.
That's what original
exposed wooden
Taco Bell
beams,
looked like.
and arched entryways. Now you get a gray box with
That
a
looks
modern
all
purple
corporate
LED light.
purple.
Pizza Hut's red roof became such an iconic part of their design that now when a new business takes over the building and attempts
They're
to
stuck with the red
redesign,
roof.
everyone knows it used to be a Pizza Hut. But today's Pizza Hut, yep, another gray box. McDonald's
Another
used to have
gray
these
box.
big glowing arches you could see from a mile away. I was surprised to find out that there are still a few locations that maintain that 1960s vintage
But
look.
not many.
Take this Bloomington, Minnesota location, for example. It still has the massive arches on each side, the red and white striped bricks around the
Yeah, why
edges,
not?
and red
Yeah,
outline
they look
gives it
cool.
this cartoonish but welcoming vibe. But sometime in 2023, they decided to get rid of all that charm and paint it gray. During McDonald's nationwide boom in the 1970s, they made a major rebrand to build locations faster. The red mansard roofs with the yellow accents that were supposed to resemble French fries is what most people remember visiting throughout their childhood. There are still a few locations out there that haven't been modernized. This one in Dunedin, Florida looks absolutely beautiful with the palm trees and the bright blue sky. Or check out this stunning Durham, North Carolina location. This This photo was taken in 2021, but
This
it looks like we
a
took a time
McDonald's to
machine
me.
back to 1993. Sadly, this one was also painted entirely gray in 2024. Even this location outside of Disney World looked like a theme park of its own, and I'm sad to admit that this creative masterpiece has been replaced by what looks like a corporate headquarters. Now, one of the main reasons behind the gray box trend is that it's a safer, smarter real estate investment. This strategy leans heavily on modular construction and prefab standardized architecture. When a previous brand needed a very specific build out, which usually came down to their custom roofs, it just costs more. And in a way, they're also preparing for their imminent failure, because these vague buildings can be transformed into just about any other business. In New Jersey, this Wendy's was transformed into a Burger King. In Missouri, this old Burger King was turned into a Wendy's. This former Taco Bell KFC combo was turned into a local pharmacy. And this former Arby's is now a local pizzeria. And to no surprise at all, the local pizzeria made a more charming and visually interesting design. Now, my favorite is when chains actually do the opposite of this, when they repurpose an old building, like this old bank in Wilmington, North Carolina that was transformed into a Dunkin' Donuts. It's undeniably smarter and probably more sustainable to build buildings that can outlive the brand inside them, which will in turn reduce waste and provide opportunity to future businesses. But there's just something sad about it too. Each restaurant lost all its character. But it's not just the exterior that lost its character. The interior is where many of these places thrived. Stepping inside used to feel like entering a little world of its own. Taco Bell had these purple and teal Art Deco chairs, textured wall tiles, and neon squiggles that felt like walking through a 90s arcade.
Yeah.
People today would probably call this tacky.
When you're
And they
tripping
might
on
not be
acid,
wrong,
it
but damn, it has
sucks.
an identity. But before we
looks
dive
horrible.
deeper, the other day I wasted hours trying to cancel all those subscriptions I forgot about. Luckily, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an all-in-one personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. Once you connect your bank account, Rocket Money identifies all of your subscriptions in a single list. From there, you can select the ones you don't want anymore, and Rocket Money may be able to help you to cancel with just a few taps. Rocket Money has helped its customers save up to $740 a year when you use all of the app's premium features. They've also helped customers save over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Take control of your finances today. To save more and spend less, join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/PatrickCC or click the link in the description to get started for free. Wendy's had an immaculate 1970s grandma aesthetic. Wood-paneled walls, stained glass lamps hanging above every table, plush burgundy booths, and soft yellow lighting that made it feel more like a cozy living room than a fast food joint. And these sunrooms? Dude, these sunrooms absolutely ripped. Pizza Hut felt like a legit sit-down restaurant with thick carpeting, red vinyl booths, and those iconic Tiffany-style lamps that turned every meal into a dimly lit occasion. McDonald's had burger seats. Look at these burger seats. Are they a little terrifying? Sure, but I think we can all agree that we want them back. And when management started encouraging a more kid-friendly atmosphere, almost every franchisee built massive playgrounds and indoor sets packed with massive tubes, nets, and ball pits to play in while the adults got to enjoy their meal. However, for years, McDonald's had been dealing with injury lawsuits where kids hurt themselves climbing around rope ladders and monkey bars. In a 5-year span alone from 1986 to 1991, 1,500 injury claims were filed against McDonald's when kids fell off their equipment or got trapped in one of their structures. Hundreds, if not thousands of injuries went unreported, and not to mention the sanitation concerns. Even as a kid, I knew those things were filthy. Some places have still tried to hang on to that old school charm well into the 2020s. I found this 1950s retro diner-inspired McDonald's location in Williamsburg, Virginia. They have a whole-ass 1957 Chevy on the inside just parked in the middle of the restaurant. This beautiful time capsule location was, you guessed it, grayed out and turned into another modernized hospital cafeteria a few years ago. A location in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn was redesigned to a 1980s theme for a Marvel movie, and to no surprise at all, everyone loves it. And even though it still doesn't look like a true time capsule, it's just enough retro and modern combined to give the place a lot more soul. And if you're watching this and you have a fast food location near you that still has some old school charm, drop it in the comments because I want to see. But the blueprint for the modern fast food gray box, the minimalism, the neutral tone textured wallpaper, the IKEA chairs that hurt to sit in, the inoffensive abstract art, the dim industrial lighting, it can all be blamed on Chipotle. Chipotle's early 2000s expansion marked a turning point in the fast food industry. Their concept was called fast casual. You still got your food quickly, but the experience felt more elevated. The menu was simple, the ingredients were marketed as fresher, and the interiors ditched the kid-friendly chaos in favor of something more modern. Because of this, they were able to charge a higher price, and teenagers, college kids, and young professionals were more than willing to pay. But they weren't just paying for vibes. Those 2010s Chipotle burritos were massive. You used to get at least 2 servings of food for one
I miss
price,
them
which
so
made it
bad.
comparable to 2 fast food trips. Chipotle's success came at a time when McDonald's and other giants were on a rapid decline. In 2003, McDonald's
They were
stock
ripping
price
everybody
fell
off
to a
on
9-year
portions,
low,
but
and in Q4
Chipotle
of
wasn't.
2023 was the first
So we would
net
only
loss
eat
in
there.
profits they ever had, losing $344 million. Public pressure around junk food intensified.
My friends
during
really
this
love
period.
Chipotle.
The Super Size Me
Like, really
documentary
loved it.
further tarnished the company's brand. The doc followed
They
Morgan
came up in
Spurlock,
Denver
who ate at
because of
McDonald's
us,
restaurants 3 times a day, every day for a month, consuming every item on the chain's menu at least once. At the end of the experiment, the 32-year-old had gained 24.5 pounds, a 13% body mass increase, increased his cholesterol to dangerous levels, and became the proof the media needed to paint fast food as the face of America's obesity crisis. So while McDonald's scrambled to repair its image, Chipotle was thriving, offering a cleaner, simpler, healthier experience that looked and felt like the opposite of everything fast food had become. In response, McDonald's started the Forever Young campaign to transform the playground feel into a cafe-style space. What resulted was a push for a more contemporary aura, accented by terracotta, olive, and gray colors paired with wooden furniture. Of course, other fast food restaurants saw this change and followed suit. I also believe that the success of Starbucks and maybe even the Apple Store had a big impact on the aesthetics of fast food chains. Starbucks proved that people would pay a premium price to hang around in a space that felt upscale, and Apple taught the entire retail world that an ultra-minimalist design could signal trust and quality. Today, seemingly every fast food chain takes a little bit of inspiration from Chipotle, Starbucks, and the Apple Store, which has majorly contributed to them losing what made them special in the first place. Fast food restaurants were meant to be bold, fun, and kid-friendly, or even calm and cozy sit-downs for the family. But designers Lynn Rosenbaum and Michael Muchoff told the YouTube channel Cheddar that the design choices are nothing more than a marketing tactic.
We have to be perceived as new and fresh and offering food that is new and fresh. What has changed within our restaurants? We want to communicate that to the customer on the outside, and the easiest way to do that is through architecture and interior design.
How can we make it look healthier, but not actually make it healthier? That's basically the gist. I don't think any logical person is expecting fast food to be healthy, but the risk used to be worth the reward. Because beyond the building design and modern branding, it seems like they aren't even trying to make the food look or taste good anymore. The burgers aren't even close to as advertised, with buns flat as a pancake and lettuce that looks like it was left out all night.
Yeah, their food
Places like
sucks
KFC
now.
refuse to change the oil in their
Honestly,
fryers, so you can't even taste
and the
chicken
picture
anymore.
that he showed is better than what that. And I had a Wendy's burger today. I bought a little $5 biggie bag, and like this, yeah, this is how it looks now. This is how the burger looks like right now, right? This is how it looked when I was a kid. It was so much better. You got it. You're like, oh, I can't wait to bite into this. How, right? Even though it is a crappy, like, fast food burger, it at least looked like palatable when I was a kid. Now they look like this crap. This is what I got today. This is exactly what it looks like. Yep. This shit is not a real burger. This is worse than what you would get if you were to make it yourself. And it's probably longer, too. It takes longer now, which is stupid. And, like, that makes no sense. It's weird. You can't sling burgers like this. You should be able to. America, I think that along with the American dream, that died, too. This ability to sell us something that we actually want, The video games, when they ask $700 for a console, you're like, yeah, but you don't really do as much as I want, kind of. You're like, that's so much money, Oh, did I lose progress? I probably did. Damn it, take me back in. Maybe I won't pay for GeForce now anymore, because I'm like paying money for them to disconnect me over and 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 over again. I've used your, like, I don't know, I've used your Force Solid, but I feel like I'm paying for you to disconnect me. I'm noticing that I have to make games hardcore just to make them fun enough to play. Like, something about even difficulty on easy games is too little. It's like the difficulty's just not there. Oh, good. When I zoned, it saved. That's good. So they won't buy the meat that I've got. Oh, yes, they will. Here we go. 300 grand. There we go. Meat is good food. Okay, now back to the freighter. EV1 Cooner Pence. It's a Corvette workshop terminal nearby system. Corvette workshop terminal. Must go Cooner Pence. EV1 Cooner Pence. Isn't that the name of EV1 Cooner Pence? Okay, sure. That's the name of my freighter, right? I thought it was named something else. Okay. Oh, right, my camera. There we go. Good. Yes, go to the green. And I want to go cycle stuff in the refiner. First, we do fluids. I love that like 20 times an hour you can just teleport home. Which is cool. Like that is cool. That really does. I think modern game developers should learn that lesson. Like, I don't want to go home, the same trip home over and over and over and over again. I had that problem in real life. Skip that part of it for me if I don't want it. Leave it there if I want it, but I mean skip going home over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That kind of repetitiveness. You're selling us fantasy to skip that kind of thing. You know. Sometimes loading screens can be good. If you're just like, oh, I don't want to do the ride home right now. I just want to go get my item or whatever, you know. Lock this thing. You constantly rip this around. It's so annoying. Back to the main. We sent a lot of stuff up for sales. It's good. Okay, and then I'm gonna buy some tuna sushi. Check my D-Box while I'm here. Good. I'm gonna buy some tuna sushi. And I don't know where I want to go today. I could go back and fight Tarama and die again. I'm not drunk today. So, you know, maybe I might live a bit more. Or at least I'm not drunk yet. Yeah, Gotta buy food. It's gonna be expensive. That's a right. Meals of this seafood variety. We're buying sushi today. Only sushi. Only the best sushi for me. Tuna sushi. Tuna sushi. Tuna sushi. Tuna sushi gives pet HP and accuracy 10%. Yeah. Wow, double attack 1%. That's pretty cool. So, but we're going tuna sushi, price history. Oof, expensive. We'll buy 3 stacks, 14K. 14K, 14K. There goes 45K on just food. It's fucking so annoying. But I think that's all I have to buy, or I don't know. Those things are going in my Mog wardrobe, which has 4 empty. Because I have lots of pet food Zeta in there. I don't need to buy more. Tuna sushi won't go in there, but that's okay. Yeah, we're looking good. The organization is much better. It just takes me months to do it. I should go check and see if there's silver for sale. I'll go get Signet first. Don't log me out. No, I like GeForce Now. It definitely does keep it so I can play 3 games at once really, really well. Streaming one does make it way, way better. It makes my rig like way less like bogged down, so I can still watch videos like on a drop of a dime.
With buns flat as a pancake and lettuce that looks like it was left out all night.
Like honestly, that burger, that Whataburger, that still looks so much better than a Wendy's burger to me because the meat and the tomato and the pickle, they actually look good to me. The meat looks good to me. I would eat that meat and I'd be like, oh, that looks good. It looks like an old style burger. Because you can't get that at Wendy's anymore. All the Wendy's meat looks like this. It doesn't even look like that anymore. That meat didn't even look that good from 20 years ago. But this meat looks good to me. It looks like it's been charboiled and it's darker and it's like it's got more protein in it and stuff. And it looks like it's healthier meat. My issue with the common burgers is that meat, like even up until, I think until 2015, the meat at Wendy's still looked really good, like even better than that. It looked like really dark meat that when you ate it, you were like, it feels good. It feels like, burger, you know? This burger looks good to me. I don't care if it looks flat and dead ass, like some fat man sat on it or something like this. I'm sorry if I'm insulting the burger or the fat man. But I mean, like, yeah, it looks like a fat man sat down on the fucking burger before they served it. But I mean, like, overall, like, the fucking, but like, you know, but the burger still looks palatable to me. And Whataburger, I think, is a much higher quality burger chain than like, even Wendy's is anymore. And Wendy's has disappointed me recently. Like, you'll sit down and you'll slap down, like, $17 for a number 3 or something like that, like, to the and it's expensive as hell. And you're like, at that point, it's $17. Why not just take the time to make the meat good? You know,
this is like KFC refused to change the oil in their fryers, so you can't even taste the chicken anymore. And those so-called crispy fries you ordered look like they were defrosted, placed under a heat lamp, and served without anyone noticing.
That's what they are. That's what they are.
Even legendary YouTuber.
It should be against the law. It should be against the law technically. Like it should be against the law when video games suck. Because so many people work on them, it's like, you know, at that point, it's just sure to be. I mean, if you're a AAA and you are charging $60, your game should reach a sort of level of, like, you know, quality that is higher. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's art, so it's hard to say that. But food is the same way. There's this point where if you're spending more than $15 for the food, there should be this overall level of quality that's enforced by the FDA, where it's like, nah, this guy's spending, like, this American is spending $15. That's a lot of money in the real world. And at that point, there should be like a level of quality, like, enforced on these fucking fast food chains that they just aren't forced to do by the FDA. And yeah, they are farming, and they went for quality. You can see that they went for quantity over quality. When you watch that fucking film called The Founder about Ray Kroc and stuff, you begin to realize I should download the Founder and watch it over and over again, because it's like this like fucking I don't know, like this playbook for terrible capitalism, where all of our capitalism is based around serving billions of people, as opposed to serving billions of people well. It's just serving billions of people. That's it. That's what they brag about. That's what they do. It's hard to do that, yeah, but I don't see why you can't do it with quality. And if you can't maintain in the industry, you can see how much money these guys stuff their coffers with. That money should have gone back in the business. You can see that a lot of these corpos, they just thought that it was okay for them to just stuff that money back in their pockets and stuff. No, that money needed to go back into the business. Like they talk about this with what's it called, like Costco is technically almost a perfect business, because they are exactly the entity that they were like 25 years ago. They haven't changed. The money's gone up because, you know, the products have charged more for themselves. So they can't do anything about the products charging more. Like the products can charge whatever they want. But I mean, like overall, the Costco still sells a goddamn soda and a hot dog for $1 because the guy refuses to equivocate. He does have enough money to make that possible. And he does, and I've seen videos and stuff about how expensive it is for him to do that, and who he has to pay, and what the ranchers charge him for steers and pigs and stuff like this. And it's expensive, and it's crazy from a billionaire's perspective. But I mean, the Costco remained the same entity that it was like 30 years ago when I was a child, and they do killer. That place is always stuffed full of people. You know they do well because they made no concession on quality at all. The quality has always been the same Costco quality that it was 25 years ago. We respect them for this. Home Depot is like this. Sometimes the quality just stays the same. The prices might go up, but the quality stayed the same. So Home Depot is always stuffed full of people. So is so is Walmart, because the prices always remain low. Now the quality of the food didn't get so much better, and that's not okay, and that should technically be against the law. But I mean, you know, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say with this stuff. But yeah, like, okay, if I'm spending $15 from a McDonald's back in the day, would have been 3 of their Big Mac meals. Now it's 1 meal, and it sucks, and that's not okay. Like that, I don't know. And I'm not bitching about the prices of fast food. I don't eat enough fast food for that to matter to me. It's the quality that affects me. I'm actually okay with them charging $15 for a single Big Mac meal, as opposed to getting 3 meals for that, in the late 90s. But where I'm not okay with it is the meal not tasting good, and that's the problem. The McDonald's meal doesn't taste good. Wendy's meal does not taste good. You know, there's certain things on their menus that taste good still. Like I'm actually still hopelessly addicted to cheesy bean and rice burritos, because that sauce they put on that fucking burrito and how much portion it is always gonna be good. It was good the day I remember the day they put the cheesy bean and rice burrito for $1. Now it's like $3.50. It's like $3.50 now. It's, you know, for a it's not that much. It's like $1.80 or something. But it's like, you know, it used to be like $1 for the cheesy bean and rice burritos, and I would live off those motherfuckers. I would live off those. The chalupas were $1. If the chalupas were $1, I couldn't stop eating them, and I don't understand that. They were good chalupas. Like, and I mean, yeah, my dollar's good, so make the chalupa good, bitch. Shut up and put the democracy in the fucking bag. It's like, so I think about all the other things on the Taco Bell menu, and I'm like, what, that thing that's $14 that doesn't taste good? Nah, give me fucking, you know what I'll do? I'll roll up to a Taco Bell and I'll be like, give me 8 cheesy bean and rice burritos, and I swear to God, I crack up the fucking cashier every single time. They're like, that's all? They're like, yeah, motherfucker, give me 8 cheesy bean. I roll up and I'm like, I'm stoned, because I'm always stoned. I've been stoned since I was a child, so I roll up and they can see me coming. I'll light a big fat one up for the motherfucking world while I'm talking right now. I'll roll up to the motherfucking Taco Bell window. I'll be like, motherfucker, what's up? What's up? And they're like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, yeah, let me get like 8. Now it's like an AI, but let me get like 8 fucking cheesy bean and rice burritos. And they're like, really? Yeah, 8 of them, huh? And I'm like, yep, 8 of them. And they're like, okay, cool. You want jalapenos with those, or cheese, or sour cream? And I'm like, no, because I know you'll charge me $15 for that. Nope. Give me the 8 cheesy bean and rice burritos and we're good, dog. And like, all right, that'll be all right. Let me, that'll be like 1080. That'll be 1080. And I'm like, all right, cool. Here's $10. And I've got 2 meals like I used to get way back in the day. Right then and there, as I leave the Taco Bell, the cheesy bean and rice burritos are fucking bomb. They're like bomb, and you eat those 2 as you're leaving the Taco Bell. Then you go home, you get drunk at like 5:30 or something. You pull 2 cheesy bean and rice burritos out of the fridge because they're fucking cold and they're like, they're solidified, and it's a completely different vibe. It's like a different vibe, but it's still a really fucking good burrito. And then you eat 2 more. Later on that night, and like, and this is how fast food culture used to be. Later on that night, you eat 2 more cheesy bean and rice burritos, but because you want another hot meal, you heat them up in the microwave, right? And then I swear to God, and I used to live like this. I mean, I got fat like this, but I mean, I used to live like this, and it was a good deal. And and then in the morning we have 2 more cold cheesy bean and rice burritos if you're lucky. Maybe you picked out, you had like 3 in the afternoon and then 3 at night, and then you got like 2 left or something, but it's still like some combination of 8 cheesy bean and rice burritos, right? You still make it till the next morning. You're like, motherfucker, I had 3 meals off of that used to be $8. It used to be like $8.70. Now it's like $10.70, $11 or something like that. But that's a good deal. That's like 2 to 3 meals, maybe 2 4 burrito meals if you're fatty, or like, maybe 2 3 burrito meals and a 2 burrito meal, or like, a 2 and now these days I'm not really that fat anymore, so it's like 2 and 2. But I mean, like, that's a pretty fucking good deal. That's a good deal for $10.70. They don't think about that economics. There are these idiots at the Taco Bell executive board who punched Uber drivers in the back of the head because they're shitty ass corpos that have no idea how their image and their business were truly not done right. And they have no idea how to run a Taco Bell. They have no fucking clue. They have no idea what people buy, what people care about. No idea. And like, I don't really understand this about them. So they repaint the Taco Bell, and they don't keep the quality, and they don't keep the fucking, the one thing on the menu that they have is actually cheap, is actually good. Like I would say for the McDonald's, it's the Whopper. For the Big Mac and at the Burger King, it's the Whopper, and the Taco Bell, it's the cheesy bean and rice burrito, or it used to be the chalupa. And like, but they charge too much for that now. So, I remember it was like a cultural thing when Taco Bell charged $1 for chalupas. It was like a cultural thing. We were eating them morning, noon, and night. We would show up there at like 10:30 in the morning. We'd be like, give me 5 chalupas. We'd show up there at fucking, 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Give me 5 chalupas for me and my friends. Show up there, it's 11:30 at night. You're fucking stoned. Remember they were like, yo quiero Taco Bell. Drive down to the Taco Bell when you're drunk and stoned and buy a bunch of chalupas. We got chalupas for $1 and a really funny Taco Bell, yo quiero Taco Bell dog. Like, buy some chalupas. And we're like, oh man, you got $5.70. We used to say this shit. At like 12:30 at night, we'd be like, motherfucker, I can't drive. I'm drunk. And they're like, what? We're going to Taco Bell. I don't care if you're drunk. Like, we'll take the DUI for you. Just go. And they're like, what? Like, motherfucking, they're like, yeah, drive the 4 blocks to the Taco Bell. Nobody cares. Drive drunk to the Taco Bell. They used to make me do this when I was like 17. And I'm like, I don't want to drive drunk to the Taco Bell. And they're like, nah, motherfucker, it's not even a mile. Like, let's go. There's always a Taco Bell within a mile or something like that. So they're like, drive drunk to the Taco Bell. And that's how you catch Deweys, too. It's so stupid. So then you drive drunk to the Taco Bell at like 12:30 or some shit, like 4 blocks or whatever it is. And I'm not condoning drunk driving. I'm just talking about what it was like when I was 17. And we're like, all right, you got $5.70? It's like, nah, motherfucker, I got like $2.25. I'm a stoner. I spent all my money on weed. And they're like, okay. Well, here, I've got like $2 too. Hey, Jesse, you got $1? And they're like, yeah, I got $1.25 or something. They're like, all right, we got like about $5.70. That'll get 5 chalupas. And then you're like, there's like, there's 5 of us. We each get a chalupa like each or whatever. And so that makes the whole run worth it. So you go down there, you slap $5 down on 5 chalupas or whatever. You give a chalupa to each homie. And then for $5, this is where we got that song, I got 5 on it. And we all learned this. And this is a form of socialism kind of. It's like pitch the $5 together so everybody can eat. And like the, in the fast food would make that possible. And they would charge like $1 for chalupas or sometimes $1 for a Big Mac. Remember, sometimes you could get 2 for 2, 2 quarter McDoubles for $2 or whatever. That was a really good deal. And so yeah, for like $4 you could go and feed the homies or whatever. That was a good fucking deal. I don't care if it's crappy fast food. They hadn't right around the 2004 or so, like they hadn't compromised on the vision of the quality yet, and they hadn't changed the vision of it, and they were selling stuff cheap, and they were making money hand over fist, and they were building these crazy empires, and they were doing well. The minute that they stopped fucking caring about the quality or how long it took to get the meal or the quality of the meal, the fucking industry went down the fucking toilet. It absolutely did. And I mean, I feel no shame about talking about, like, yeah, we used to slap down $5 for chalupas at 12:30 at night, drive drunk 3 blocks to the Taco Bell to do it or whatever. It's your turn to drive drunk to the Taco Bell for 4 blocks. It's like, all right, we'll pile 6 people. We'll put 6 people in the back, and we'll have the girls ride in our laps or whatever, and we'll go on down to the Taco Bell, and we'll buy like 20 chalupas, and it'll be $20. And everybody gets 2 chalupas or whatever, like, oh well, $20 is fine. That's great. That's, there's a place in Denver that has embraced that culture of, Taco Bells, tacos on a Saturday night. I need tacos. I'm stoned. I'm Mexican. I'm stoned and I need tacos, or whatever. That's a culture thing on West Side Denver. We got Federal. That shit is like, tacos on a Saturday night is a cultural thing, and it has nothing to do with Mexican people. Everybody loves tacos on a fucking Taco Tuesday or Taco Thursday or fucking, tacos at 12 o'clock at night when you're drunk and stoned. Everybody loves tacos. Fuck that. Like, the best taco business in Denver was? It was, oh God, what's the name of it? It's, the best taco place. It's, oh God, they're like, they have a drive-through. They're so fucking good. There's like 5 of them and I can't think of the name of it right now. But anyways, there was another place downtown called Torchy's where yeah, like if you went to Torchy's, the expectation is you're dropping $20 for amazing ass Mexican tacos that are fucking bomb as hell. And like, this is how Chipotle got their start. They got their start in Denver doing that for us. We're Mile High. We get stoned and we eat tacos on Saturday night at midnight. It's second meal. We came up with that in Denver. It's second meal, bitch. So like, because we're stoned. Who cares? So, and so now they compromise on the quality. So I barely spend any money on their product. Like I go down there. Yeah, maybe I do spend money on fast food like once a month or twice a month or something like that. But when I do, I only spend like $5 to $8. So I mean, they couldn't possibly have a workable business off that. If every customer of theirs is only buying like $8 worth of food like once a month, their business model will fail. It used to be a lot more. I used to happily buy a lot more fast food, but A, the prices went up, B, the quality went down, and I don't really understand that. That's not feasible for a fucking good business. That's not feasible.
Decade reviewing fast food menu items just about how to melt
this guy probably had a meltdown about it. This guy, it was like a way of life for him, and it was for everybody. There's people who really love fast food, and it's okay if they want to spend their money on that. They can. My mother's a foodie. She doesn't buy a lot of fast food. She makes her own food, but like, she cooks her own food. But like, but she's a foodie, and her way of life is like eating good meals. It's like eating good meals. That's like her way of life. That's like what she does. She doesn't really drink. She doesn't really do drugs. She's never done drugs. She barely drinks. She just works and she enjoys her good meal every night. She thinks about what the meal's going to be. She spends her time thinking about what dinner's going to be most of her day. This guy does too. He's just, they're people that identify through food. That's pretty normal for a mammal that eats 3 meals a day. That's pretty normal, frankly. It's depressing to me. I'm not a foodie, so it's sort of depressing to me how much people are fixated on fucking food. I'm fixated around the problems with food. Like I ate garbage all of my life, like ramen and crappy sandwiches and chips and stuff, because Like, and that's all I ate. All I ate was like ramen and chips and sandwiches because it was fucking cheap and it wasn't fast food expensive. And if I couldn't get that, I would get fast food. Now I don't buy fast food. I don't buy fast food. I'll get to I'll ride up to a menu and I'll be like, oh my God, by the time I got back to this Taco Bell, the menu has completely changed again. And whatever, cantina burrito or whatever it was they were selling like last month is completely gone. It's like this menu is completely changed because I just don't eat fast food anymore. So when I show up there's like this disenfranchisement and this like broken thing where I like get there to the menu and they're like, hurry up, motherfucker, it's a fast food line. And I'm like, but I haven't been here in 5 weeks and I have no idea what's on your menu and I don't know what's good. And I'm looking through it and I'm like, I don't know. I don't come here enough to know. So I'm like picking something that I maybe don't want. And that's something that sucks because the prices are so high and the quality is so low that I won't go back to the fucking place more than every 4 to 6 weeks. And when I do, I show up for something specialty like a $5 biggie bag or like a fucking, or like $5 worth of cheesy bean and rice burritos. And what I do, I represent like $5 worth of business, so they don't give a shit about me. The problem is, I probably dropped like not probably, I know I have. I know I've dropped thousands of dollars on Taco Bell and Wendy's in my lifetime. So I do represent a good bit of money to them. I am a good customer of theirs. Taco Bell and Wendy's, there's the only 2 places I go.
Over the decline.
And yeah, this guy probably got close to suicide because he's like, oh no, I can't get a good meal anywhere. And my job is to show a good fast food meal from my small town or whatever. And this probably brought him to death's door, I guarantee it. You want to be depressed? Be a food critic in a town full of fucking shitty ass restaurants who don't make good food anymore. That'll bum you out more than anything else in existence. Be a food critic like him. I have some sympathy for him. He had a dark approach because we all kind of knew he had this silly sort of Mortimer approach, kind of like Addams Family, Lurch from the Addams Family, and it's a funny shtick because he takes this shit seriously. He's like deathly serious about this. He had a deathly serious approach from the suit to the vibe to the whole thing. He was like deathly serious about this, and they failed his ass. He couldn't get good fast food anymore. He probably lost his channel.
Quality and service across every.
We love this guy. I love this guy because he's deathly fucking serious. I'm deathly serious about video games. We can be that. We can be serious about something. My mother is deathly serious about food. Everybody's got something they're fucking deathly serious about. That's okay. I'm deathly serious about video games. I'm deathly serious about how fucking good they need to be. You guys charge way too much fucking money and you subtract on the quality of late. Just like fast food, it'll kill your fucking industry. Or at least it'll kill your business. It'll kill your business. Your guys' image and business were truly not done right. You wanted to stuff money in corporate ladders and corporate parachutes and corpo shoots and ladders, and it's goddamn fucking stupid. It's corpo shoots and ladders is where that money went. No, you should have just made the business good. What's better, right? What's better? You never having to work again because you made good money being a McDonald's executive or a McDonald's investor, right? So you just never have to work again. You invested your money in McDonald's. You did well. You kept investing in McDonald's. You believed in it. You bought a franchise. You have a McDonald's franchise now. What's better? You and your family never having to worry about having money to eat ever again, or a corporate parachuter ladder? What's more important? You guys chose the corpo parachutes and ladders. You chose the corpo shoots and ladders, not the customers that put the luster on the gold M, the golden arches. Not the customers who put the luster and the paint on those golden arches that set you aside from everybody else and made you mega rich. Like that's to you, it's the corpo shoots and ladders needed to be like taken care of first. Ray Kroc needed to be taken care of first before the crock of shit that the fucking arches has descended into. I won't eat at McDonald's. I haven't eaten there in, I don't know, 27 years, something. Like occasionally I'll buy a Big Mac just to see what they're like still. But I mean, like I do not patronize McDonald's because I hate what they become. I know what they become. And like I know that they target kids and I don't like them. And like but I swear to God, if they had just taken that Corpo Shoots and Ladders money that they gave to Ray Kroc and all those fucking investors and all the fucking franchise owners and all that stuff and all the milkshake machine people and all the people that made their billion-dollar empires off this, if they had just taken that money and reinvested it into making sure that the product remained just as good as the day that McDonald's launched, you know, I'm sure they were trying to put butts in the seats back in the day, so they made the best burger in goddamn town. Why did that change? It was like that when I was like 12 years old. I don't know why why did that change? It's because you started stealing so you can support corpos for no reason. What do corpos do? They own the franchise and they run this shit. I get it. But I mean, like, what do they actually do compared to the customer? The customer is the one that actually puts the gold luster on the fucking arches. So you suck dick and you pass the cost of business onto the consumer, just like the software developers. It is fucking disgusting. You pass the cost of business onto the consumer all the fucking time. And so the product suffers, the fucking business suffers, the image and the business were truly not done right. And you suck dick as fucking piece of shit fucking corpos that drove McDonald's into the fucking ground. Kids love McDonald's. How do you drive McDonald's into the fucking ground? You're incompetent like Donald Trump. That's how you're incompetent piece of shit fiscal conservative Republicans who suck dick and run all your businesses into the fucking ground like Donald Trump ran his goddamn daddy's money into the fucking ground. We don't know why you're like this. You just are. You support corpo do-nothing cultures over actual product and actual goods. Just like Hassan says, shut up, motherfucker, put the fucking democracy in the fucking bag. The same is true for McDonald's. Shut up, motherfucker, and give me a fucking $2 Big Mac that fucking kicks my ass. It's so good. Because that's the same shit I've been buying all of my goddamn life. What happened to you? What happened to your product? The ISPs started charging $150 a month. The cell phone companies started charging $150 a month. The Netflix started charging like $15 a month. It's so fucking stupid. Like, fuck you guys. Like, you aren't supporting the same products that I wouldn't say they're even as good as when I was a child. Some of these products are better, like computers and such. Yeah, some of these products are better, but they're not worth 5 times the amount of money that you charge anymore. So yeah, the products suffered and we don't buy. The economy fucking flounders because we don't buy. Your product isn't good enough. I don't want to buy Borderlands 4 at $70. I know what Borderlands is. You won't make it better, so I don't need to buy anything better than Tiny Tina's Wonderlands that I got for $20 on a summer sale. So I don't buy Borderlands 4, not because I'm a cheapo, but because, like, I know that I don't need to buy it. You don't make it significantly better. So why would I worry about it? Like, you know, I don't worry about it. Why? You don't make it significantly better, so I don't worry about it. It's dumb. It's like I don't worry about buying it. I don't, you know, like, this is why your economy flounders. You guys just don't understand the pleasure of buying a product that's 100% exactly what the fuck it is. And the same is true of politics. You don't understand the public's pleasure of you serve at our whim, not yours, bitch. You serve the public. A fucking boat crashing into a bridge is fucking unacceptable. You should have raised the standards to the point where the boat had an AI that makes it fucking impossible for that boat to crash into a bridge. What the fuck happened to you? Because you pay corpo shoots and ladders all the time. The piece of shit rich corpo executives, the oligarchs of the fucking world. Because you pay Elon Musk so much fucking money, we can't get a good Starlink. It's disgusting. I want Starlink. I want good Starlink at $30 a month or something like that, but I can't get that because Elon Musk sucks the corpo fucking shoots and ladders dicks so fucking bad that we pay corpos instead of getting the products that we fucking pay for. We can't get a good electric car like Europe can. It's disgusting. It's like fuck you guys. You don't know how to run business at all, you worthless pieces of shit. The one place that you should care about, your money, you are completely incompetent. All of you corpo pieces of shit, you are completely incompetent.
Big chain in the US.
This guy knows he can go from McDonald's to Burger King to fucking Steak and Shake to fucking, what's that chicken one up? Chick-fil-A, or I don't know, he can go on down the line to the Pizza Hut, to the fucking Domino's, to the fucking, to the Papa John's. It doesn't matter. He knows, like I know, like my ex-girlfriend Cloud Candy knows, that the fact that your fucking food sucks dick doesn't bode well for the fucking future of humanity. It really doesn't. It doesn't bode well for the future of humanity. humanity. We're like marching around like fucking like doomer kind of. Like, this kid's a doomer because he knows that he can't get the same Big Mac that he got when he was a kid. I know it too. It sucks as everything's shit. Like, you know, like they said on South Park, it was, you know, everything looks like shit, smells like shit. Your music sounds like shit. Your food looks and tastes like shit. It's fucking stupid and costs too much money. Your corpo culture, it destroyed everything and everyone. Fuck you guys. You're gonna tell me that it's sort of like, you know, that it's just how it works. I could be like, no, we just gave the rich people a bunch of money. Why did we do that? We didn't get any products in return. We got thrown in jail instead. It's for drugs. It's fucking stupid. Fuck these guys.
Countless bad experiences.
This guy knows. He knows every single fast food place out there, except for like your hole in the wall Jersey Mike's or something. Can't make a good sandwich anymore. Fucking Papa or whatever, it's Jimmy John's can't make a good sandwich anymore. I don't know how they fucked up Jimmy John's, but they somehow fucked up Jimmy John's. They subwayed. They like Subway Jimmy John's, but I swear to God, the best sandwich I've ever had in my fucking life came from Jimmy John's era 2004. Something happened. I don't know what happened. You shitificated fucking Jimmy John's, and now like this guy knows, and there's probably this existential crisis for him. He knows that he can't go down his downtown Ohio town and get good fucking, you know, fucking good wings from Wings Buffet or, you know, Pizza Kitchen Good Time Cafe or whatever. He can't get a good set of wings from a good chicken wings restaurant, and that's an existential crisis for him. He built his entire fucking empire of like YouTube monetization off this idea that the fast food places would continue to make good food. When he couldn't evince any pleasure out of eating the food anymore, he probably lost his channel. You know, this happened to me. I believed in selling and using methamphetamine that I got by selling and using methamphetamine to other people on Craigslist. I believed in it. I believed in the circle. I believed in the people. I believed in the money I made. I believed in the product I sold. I believed in the drugs. I loved the drugs. I consumed them myself. It was a consumer frenzy. We made so much goddamn money as meth dealers. It was insane. I made so much money. But then they shut down Craigslist Personals, so we couldn't talk to each other anymore without talking to an FBI, or like talking to an FBI investigator online who's like trying to narc me or roll me or whatever. Everybody went to Facebook programs and stuff, and you're just gonna get rolled doing that. And so like I just stopped overnight. It just all stopped. I stopped being a drug dealer. I stopped being crazy. I stopped, you know, I went through, I went through puberty essentially, and I stopped being a fucking crazy drug addict. But the reason that this happened was, you know, you can't get good dope on the fucking streets. You can't sell dope on the streets without huge risk. You can't make money off of it, so you can pay for your own fucking drug addiction. And so when you guys when the corpos made drug addictions not worth having anymore, I got fucking sober. They literally made it so they're like, you couldn't get real dope on the streets anymore because they controlled stupid ass shit like Sudafed on the fucking streets, and they ruined methamphetamine. They fucking ruined all these corpos. They ruined everything. I was happy as a methamphetamine tweaker. I was happy. I like methamphetamine. Got no shame in it. I like methamphetamine, and I would like to use it, sell it, distribute it, whatever the fuck. I got no shame about it. But nah, you had to go and break the whole culture's spine so that we couldn't do it without terrible charges and getting rolled all the time. And the product that we sell is fake because we can't get real dope or real Sudafed on the fucking streets, or pseudoephedrine. Excuse me. You can't get real pseudoephedrine on the streets, so you can't get real methamphetamine. We make television shows like this called Breaking Bad about this because it was the fall of Heisenberg wasn't Heisenberg. It was the fall of America as the goddamn corpos fuck our asses to death. Donald Trump corpos fuck our asses to death.
Experiences in 2023.
And the fact that you can't get a good meal in fucking America, you can't get a good meal in America without going down to some barbecue joint and dumping $35 on a specialty place. It's disgusting. What the fuck happened? This is America. There's a restaurant every fucking 200 feet in America. What are you talking about? We're built off of the saloon and the restaurant, but we don't have any more successful saloons or restaurants. What the fuck is going on? And you charge too much and the food sucks. What happened here? We're America. We're fatties. We love food. What happened here?
instances, not as
It is an existential crisis. You want to know why DoorDash makes so much money? Because everybody knows that they're not buying good food. They're just buying food. They're just buying food off DoorDash, and it's fast and it's easy, and you don't have to think about it. And yeah, the food might be better than what you're gonna cook. So I mean, yeah. So DoorDash did crazy good, like crazy good. I know. I used to work for Grubhub. They did crazy well till the restaurants started charging too much and not supplying good food.
bad as this, but where there have been problems with my order, with the quality.
Yeah, there's always a problem with the order. Okay, my ex-girlfriend, her favorite thing to do in the world is to sit down on a phone app. I know it's her favorite thing. I know her. It's one of the reasons why we should have gotten married. It's fucking stupid. I know her so much better than anybody else does. Her favorite thing in the fucking world to do. She's like my girlfriend, my sister, my wife. She's that close to me. I swear to God, I know her that well. Her favorite thing in the fucking world to do is to put on some music, get on her cell phone, and dial up some Grubhub. It's just her favorite thing to do. She thinks about it all day. I know she does. And her whole generation does. They think about it. And they're like, oh my God, I have like 150 restaurants that I can buy from, and it's only like $27, and I'm gonna hustle a fucking Grubhub person to get it or whatever. That's how bad she wants it. But then there was this point where all of a sudden they started fucking up her orders, and she was like using this to get free meals out of them because they were fucking up her orders. The food was cold by the time it got there. You could tell they didn't care about the product anymore because they were dealing with much more quantity as opposed to quality. All these other things that drove her crazy about this industry. So she just started ripping off Grubhub. She was like, nah, fuck this. Like, I'm just gonna start telling them the meal was cold, or that that I'm vegan and you sent me a big hunk of meat or something like this. What are they gonna do? Show up at the house and be like, show me the food? They're not going to. They're just gonna give you your meal back or your money back. And so she got used to taking advantage of piece of shit corpos who fuck us over by charging $37 for a fucking Grubhub meal that sucks. So yeah, we try to fuck them back out of the meal again. It's fucking stupid, but I mean, that's what everybody does to Amazon. That's what everybody does to Grubhub. It's fucking dumb. It's like this weird circle of stealing. They charge too much, so we try and get a free meal out of them. They charge too much at Amazon, so we try to get a free product out of them once a year or something like that. I swear to God, everybody I know does. They try to screw Amazon like once a year or something like that. Out of some product, they say, you didn't send me the right thing, but I didn't receive it or something like that. And it's a fucking industry based around stealing. They steal from the customers steal right back from them.
It's just lapsing more and more.
Yeah, it's just lapsing more and more. For a man who will slap down the exact change for his meal because he's thinking about every detail of every bit of the meal. He's that anal. Like, trust me, he's aware that you're charging him $4.10 more for a Big Mac. He's aware of it. He's thinking about it. And look at that look in his eye. It's somebody who can't experience joy anymore because his joy is based around good meals. But you guys can't make good meals anymore because you can't do anything anymore. You're just pieces of shit who can't run businesses correctly.
Just Culvers.
And you charge us more for products that aren't as good. It's not a good equation. It'll cause all of humanity to collapse. It's not a good equation. If you're gonna charge $13 for the average fast food meal, you better give me the best goddamn fucking fast food I've ever gotten in my fucking life. Because it used to be $5.50 for a large, a supersized Big Mac meal. It used to be like $5.70 or something. Now it's like $13.90. Better get a little bit of sucky with that. For $13.90, I better get a little bit of sucky with that, because that's too much money for a piece of shit meal. You can see it in his eyes. It's right in his eyes. That's too much money for the worthless piece of meal that you are supplying in exchange. It's like the drug deal went awry, and I gave you $13, but you didn't give me $13 worth of dope. You gave me $4 worth of sat-on dope. Stepped-on dope that isn't worth $13. That's the experience with the modern fast food place, and it's disgusting.
It's every
fucking disgusting. It's like America leaned back, or America leaned over, like bent over and spread our thighs so the fucking fast food people could come fuck us in the ass for too much money. It's disgusting.
place. McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Taco Bell, you name it. There have been so many places, and I'm sure you've noticed this, that I've reviewed in the last couple years.
Yeah, he knows. I know, because my ex-girlfriend, that's like her main interest. That's what she likes doing. She likes experiencing every meal that could possibly ever be experienced. I think it's actually kind of beautiful. I've always thought it was beautiful. I know her main life goal And she's not a fat girl either. She just likes food. She likes the taste of it. Like I would put her akin to something like Ratatouille. Like food and taste is like her palate. It's like her way of how she translates the world. It's quite profound how she feels about food. I was quite delighted to understand it. She was like, "You don't cook?" And I was like, "No, I don't cook and I don't care about food." She was like, "You don't care about food?" And I was like, "Nope, don't care about food whatsoever." And she was like, "Oh, we'll have to change that. I basically think about food all day." And I was like, okay. And she does. She thinks about food all day. She's thinking about what she can buy from a grocery store. She's thinking about what she can cook. She's thinking about what she's going to order. She's thinking about food like all day. This dude too, I guarantee it. Like that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. I think about dope all day. I think about heroin, methamphetamine, and video games. Those are my things. They ruined all three of those things, just like they ruined all the fast food in America, because they suck dick, they're worthless piece of shit right-wing fiscal conservative corpos who fuck us all in the ass for $1, who don't give a flying fuck about the quality of the goddamn product. It's disgusting. Fuck them. And fiscal conservatism is why they do it, too. They do it because they're right-wing. You want to know why the meals suck so much dick? It's because they are fiscal conservatives. They want to give you a less quality meal for a higher dollar. They're fiscal conservatives. They don't give a shit about a happy customer or a liberal trying to make somebody a good meal of spaghetti and meatballs. They don't care. You can't get good spaghetti and meatballs in America unless you go to Manhattan or whatever. You can't, or Chicago. You can't get good spaghetti and meatballs. But I mean, like in America for like 100 years, it didn't matter what city you're in. You could go to a local restaurant and you could get kick-ass motherfucking spaghetti and meatballs in America. Now I don't trust the restaurants to do it. I used to trust, Village Inn to make me pecan pie and a scoop of ice cream. I don't trust them to do that anymore. And I know that when I do, they're going to charge me $7. It's like, motherfucker, pecan and, a slice of pie and a peach cobbler, a peach cobbler or a slice of pecan pie at the Village Inn with a cup of coffee and a scoop of ice cream has been an American way of life since we started, since 1776. There was a Village Inn somewhere in some American city that would give you a slice of pecan pie, a scoop of ice cream, and a cup of coffee for $3 or whatever it was, 30 cents, $3. It's never been more than 30 cents to $3, something like that. Now if you go down to the Village Inn and you order a goddamn slice of pecan pie and a cup of coffee and a scoop of ice cream for pecan a la mode, it's goddamn $7.50 after taxes. It's insane. It is insane. It's insane. And that's not a feasible reality for America even. It's not at the base level. But if you get up to the trickle higher level where it's like bigger, higher level chains like Village Inn and shit like that, that's not economically feasible. That's not going to work. We're not going to do $7.50 for a fucking slice of pie, a fucking scoop of ice cream, and a cup of coffee. And this is why the Waffle Houses died and suck now. I used to love Denny's. I didn't expect a lot out of Denny's, but I used to love Denny's. They used to be fucking good. Get a burger, get a fucking bacon burger or something like that, or a slice of pie, something like that. I used to fucking love Denny's. Now you couldn't pay me to play them, and when I do, they're $19.50. They're like $19.50. It's like $19.50 or some shit for a meal at Denny's after you tip the waiter. And it's like, motherfucker, at that price, I better get some sucky for that, because that's like drug deal money. $20 for and it's more than that too. It's like more than that. So at this point, I know like my thing is, you could call me a doomer, but it's like, no, I'm just a goddamn pragmatist. There's a difference. I know that everything sucks now. I'm not making some hyperbolic thing. I'm listing out the realities of what a goddamn slice of pecan pie, a scoop of vanilla ice cream, and a cup of coffee costs at Village Inn after the tip and the tax. It's like goddamn $7.50. That shouldn't have ever been more than $4.10 or something like that. That's like double what we're used to. That's like double, and it did kill America. It killed America. I swear to God, it did. It like kills America. You keep talking about making America great again. Okay, then make America great again and fucking get the corpos the fuck out of here. Like, actually price fix the fucking corpos. They just rape us for more money and phone in products. Like, phone in products 1/10 of what they should be. Consult Borderlands 4 if you don't believe me. You know that Borderlands 4 needed to be something like 2 to 3 times as good as Borderlands 3. Is it? No. The answer is no. No. And sure, it's fun to play, and no, I don't want to besmirch their product, and yes, you should buy it, but not at $70, and no, it's not 2 to 3 times as good as Borderlands 3. It's just not. I know it isn't. And so, like, no, I don't care about buying your game from the summer sale next year for $30 and ripping it off before I do. Because you treat us like garbage all the fucking time. Fuck you, assholes.
Awful. It's
and here, I have a Wendy's cup in my fucking hand because I went to Wendy's for the one time this month today. You know, I went to a fucking, early-ass motherfucking dental appointment just like I did the other day, like 6 a.m. to go to the fucking doctor. And, like, afterwards, I was like, no, I want a fucking Wendy's meal. It was, like, 10:30 by the time I was done with the eye doctor, and I was like, motherfucker, I want a Wendy's meal because I don't go to town but once a month or something like that. So, like, when I do, I want some kind of Wendy's meal or something like that. When I do go, it sucked. The fucking meal, it sucked balls. It was cheap. It was $6.80 or something, but it was like, fuck, it was a biggie bag, but it was, it was cheap, but it should have been good. Biggie bags used to be super fucking good. I used to look forward to them like, oh my god, the biggie bag is gonna be so good. I have like 4 chicken nuggets with like, buttermilk ranch, and I've got like, a thing of really greasy good fries. I really like Wendy's fries. I used to dip them in the Frosty. I used to buy $1 Frosty afterwards. If it wasn't $10 now. And then the burger was actually greasy and actually big and actually good. You bite into it substantial and you're like, it's so good. Big hunk of meat. Not anymore. Now it's like cardboard food, terrible shit, too greasy. And even the soda feels too toxic to drink. It's disgusting. Look, I have like soda left in the glass. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have had soda left in the glass. But I bought Coca-Cola today instead of Pepsi. Because I was like, I haven't had Coca-Cola in 5 years or something. I was like, I wonder if it is good. I bought Coca-Cola, and no, look, there's still some left in the glass. Because it's like, nah, man, your Coca-Cola sucks dick now. You changed it or something.
I hate when this happens, and what bothers me even more is when it's becoming more and more of the norm, when I'm trying out these sorts
Sure, I finished it, and sure, the Coca-Cola is good, but I didn't relish it, and it's like, motherfucker, if you can't sell Coca-Cola well, what can we trust you to do? We definitely can't trust you to run politics or anything like this. You fucked up Coca-Cola, which is simple. That's sugar and water. You fucked it up somehow. I wouldn't trust you to make a glass of water. You're incompetent. All of corporate America, they're like incompetent. I wouldn't trust them to make a glass of water. I don't trust Bobby Kotick with World of Warcraft. I don't trust them. I don't think they're competent enough.
And time and again, it's some burnt piece of
I don't
garbage.
Trust them.
It's some just vile slop.
Yeah, it's vile slop.
And
it's all like this. Like YouTube still is good. I think YouTube is genuinely still good, but it's also sloppier than it's ever been. It's like 15 years of slop now. Like, you guys did this to content on YouTube too. Like, I don't care what you think about my content. I still believe that I'm delivering good content right now anyways. I don't always do that because I'm just playing a video game or whatever. But right now, I think the content's really, really fucking good. And I don't think this quality of content is that common on YouTube. I think they sit there and they slopify it up with their fucking bots and their AI and bullshit. And it's like, motherfucker, like, I don't care what you think about my stream. I think I do deliver a good fucking product. I don't care what other people think about it. I deliver a good product. I don't care.
To the point now where pretty much every other item that I review is just, it's disgusting in some way or another. Or it's just so overpriced that it might be alright, but it's like you're burning your money.
Like, I believe in Canada Dry. I drink a lot of Canada Dry because I believe fundamentally that these corpos, they would find, I think they have too, there's too much sodium in it. But I mean, like, overall, I believe fundamentally that these corpos can't actually fuck up Canada Dry. So it's like it's the one product I buy the most of. Because I believe that they can't fuck up Canada Dry. Or they would. The baby boomers that control all of these companies, they would fuck up Canada Dry if given their, if left up to their own goddamn fucking devices. They would fuck up Canada Dry. They fucked up everything else. They fucked up the saloon in America. Ken Burns did a thing called Prohibition about it. They fucked up the saloon in America. They fucked up voting. They fucked up fast food. They fucked up drinking. They fucked up alcohol. It's too expensive. They fucked up dope. They made it illegal. When they didn't, they made it way worse. Marijuana is just not as good as it used to be. They bred it into oblivion. Everything's GMO. Everything's Monsanto's. Everything sucks dick. Hollywood's horrible. Sex is horrible. Porn is horrible compared to what it used to be. Like the people just aren't into it. It's like watching robots fuck. It's disgusting. Porn used to be this thing where people could evince their biological nature to fuck. Now I think they're more worried about the AI slop on how it looks to people on Pornhub. And honestly, their porn fucking bores me. Even if it is raunchy and savage and fucked up, it doesn't matter. Their porn still bores me compared to porn from like 15 years ago, like when Riley Reid was queen. Like, I don't know. Like, they fucked up porn. They fucked up Disney. They fucked up Star Wars. They fucked up Marvel. They fucked up dope. You can't get real dope on the streets. You can't get real pseudoephedrine on the fucking streets. They made Breaking Bad about that. You know, they like honestly, we had to deal with the Chicken Man because they fucked up dope on the fucking streets. So that's why we have the cartel in Heisenberg, is because they fucked up dope on the fucking streets. They fucked up being homeless. They fucked up everything. These corpos that control everything. They are so incompetent that they fucked up homelessness, something that they don't even own, you know, or can control really. They fucked homelessness up. They fucked homelessness up, and now they're making it illegal to be homeless. And it's like, God damn it, man, you ruined everything else. You have to ruin being homeless too. At that point, it's like, when do we admit that it's the Dark Ages? It's the Dark Ages until we overthrow these terrible reagents who sit there instead of actual leadership, who are corpo driving us into the fucking ground. We're just gonna have the Dark Ages where all the food sucks, all the porn sucks, all the music sucks, all the television sucks, all the food sucks, all the movies suck. Like, it's very clear that you've shitified everything, and it is because of your bottom dollar, fiscal conservative, right-wing ideals about stuffing money away and choking the product to death and trying to give as little as you possibly can in return. America's not like that. If you think about it, America's built on the greater fool theory, which is that we believe in something. We believe in guns. We believe in the freedom of guns. We believe in freedom. We believe in the freedom of freedom. We believe in freedom, the pursuit of happiness. We still believe in this. We do. We are very fairly liberal people. We believe in things that make us very liberal, like the freedom and the pursuit of happiness. That's a liberal ideal, that people should be free, and that you know, we don't have any rights really. We just got privileges and stuff. But I mean, like, you know, but even that has been fucked up by shitty corpos who have privatized the goddamn prison industrial complex and have put like millions of people in jail. It's insane. It's disgusting. We were never a culture that had that many people in jail before, but until the corpo culture came along and fucking shitified everything. And we could easily stop this. We could have standards about rent control. We could have standards about how much they charge the farmer. We could have standards about how many tariffs they charge, or how much cost of business that these corpos pass on to the customer. It's like, oh yeah, the tariffs went up this year, and we know that the American public is the one that's going to suffer from that. And it's just like fucking stupid. We could have laws that stop that shit, but we don't. We love our corpos, and we bent and spread them. We bent and spread it for them. Consult Jeffrey Epstein. How do you think they got all those underage hookers? We love selling sex. It's insane, but we do. Even our children love selling sex. We love selling sex. We've got to address it. We love selling sex. Even our children like selling sex. How did that guy get that many underage hookers? It's because the parents and the children go along with it, because we like selling sex so much that the children sell sex. It's disgusting. They do it willingly. So it's like, it's disgusting. I don't know what to do about that, but I know that you know, it sucks. It sucks to throw people in jail for selling sex, because we do it a lot. It sucks to throw people in prison for smoking drugs, because we do it a lot. Or like doing lines. Like, we do that a lot. We have to admit that we do that a lot. We sell a lot of sex no matter what age we are. We you know, we do a lot of drugs no matter what age we are. It's fucking stupid. We abuse alcohol. Doesn't really matter how old we are. It's kind of insane. It's like, we do abuse these things. And so yeah, they should have rules and laws like everything else, but not fuck you in the ass federal pound in the ass prison, not fuck you in the ass fucking terrible ass prices on rent, not fuck me in the ass terrible prices on fast food, not fuck me in the ass terrible prices on education, not fucking fuck me in the ass terrible prices on transportation or cars or the automotive industry. This is America, bitch. We built this bitch on Henry Ford and fucking trucks and cars, but it's fucking $70,000 to buy a truck now. What are you talking about? This is America. We sling trucks like crack. What the fuck are you talking about? We sling trucks in America. Everybody's got a truck in America. I have a truck in America, but it's $70,000 to buy a new one. It's fucking stupid. What happened there? The corpos stole and we permitted them to. You know, all those founding fathers and all those people. They ended up being fiscal conservatives and stealing from us and stuffing all that money in a bank to wait for later. They're doomsday preppers that stuff money in banks. We have to stop them. It is corporationally illegal. It is illegal to do this stuff. It is immoral and illegal to do this stuff. It's no different from rape and murder and scamming and theft and all that other terrible criminal shit. It's crime. So I don't know why we let these corpos steal our money. I don't really understand why.
What's even the point?
And this old man yell at Cloud, oh, no, am I going to go shoot a gun at the corpos like Charlie Kirk? No, I can't go shoot, or Luigi? No, I can't go shoot a gun at corpos. That's not going to fix this. There, you can make a horse go to water, but you can't make him drink. That's why I don't believe these shooters have ever been leftists. Any of these people, any of these snipers, they're not leftists. I've never known a leftist to believe that guns will get you what you want. They won't, because Saul Gandhi, and you'd understand, even Gandhi couldn't really be told what to do, not totally, and eventually got free, because you can't tell a human being what to do, even with guns. Consult the Jews, and even eventually the Jews did win the war in World War II. They won that war. They stopped the terrible fucking Holocaust, and thank God that they did, or whatever. More power to them. Like, they helped us, we helped them, like whatever. Like, the Jews helped us end that war. They were gonna get wiped out. It was fucking terrible. And and if somebody didn't do something, that's what would have happened. It's insane. I hate going to war, but I will condone going to war to protect people like Jews if they're being fucking mass murdered. It's insane, or whatever, or Kurds, or whatever. I don't really want to play global police against some genocidal dictator maniac, but but we did have that ethos in America for a long time, because we can't really stand up for our fucking friends getting murdered by some psychopath while we stand around and do nothing. All it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing. Watching the fast food people steal from us on a daily level while their food fucking kills us is unacceptable. It should be illegal. Fuck these fucking corpos. I will rewrite the laws the day the baby boomers finally fucking choke off and fucking die and pass that fucking rod willingly from their cold dead fingers like they talk about their guns, and we finally get a control over the fucking Senate finally again. Like, I'm gonna make it, I want to make it illegal for fucking corpos to charge more than a product is worth. I don't know how you do that, but that's what's necessary, is price control. We need price control in this country. I'm not talking about communism. I believe in capitalism, but I believe in capitalism that's sane. You can't charge $7 for a fucking Big Mac. That's fucking robbery, and you should be in fucking jail, criminal.
But even if fast food companies lost the fun, lost the undeniable guilty pleasure taste, at least it's still cheap, right?
No.
Nope.
No.
Chick-fil-A, Arby's, Wendy's, Jimmy John's, Chipotle, Taco
Fuck Jimmy
Bell,
John's,
Popeyes, and McDonald's.
Fuck Subway. I used to work at Subway. I believed in the product that I bought from Subway up until the day I worked there, and then I realized that the modern Subway was not the place that I grew up with. And I was like, oh God, it's really easy to leave this job. I don't believe in the product. The product was shit. I was eating it every day, and I knew the product was completely shit. It was complete shit. Even the kids who worked there, they knew. They were like, yeah, bro. I get like a cup, and I go get some meatballs and sauce, and I put some mozzarella cheese on the meatballs and sauce. That's what the kids would tell me. I'm like, motherfucker, are you serious? You don't get like an Italian BMT with some bacon and some blue cheese crumble or some shit or whatever? And they're like, nah, bro, trust me, the food is garbage. Just get meatballs and fucking mozzarella cheese. And they were right. That was just about the only thing left there that wasn't totally compromised. It was insane. The bread was worthless. I skipped it. I keep skipping it.
$13 for a Big Mac meal. In
like it's not cheap. It's not cheap.
$13 for a fast food meal.
Yeah. So I skipped it here.
5% lost the undeniable guilty pleasure taste. At least it's still cheap, right? Nope. Chick-fil-A, Arby's, Wendy's, Jimmy John's, Chipotle, Taco Bell.
I love Patrick CC. I think he might have some of the most power on the internet. His opinions actually are like pretty much the masses' opinions, and he could get things changed if the fucking corpos realize that they might lose their business over this. They might change. You know, they might wake up after watching the new Patrick CC in the morning. Warren Buffett might wake up and he's like, oh God, my interest in fried chicken is sort of dying because I did let the businesses die. And I'm hoping that they'll realize, maybe they'll listen to me one day, I don't know, hopefully. And they'll realize that yes, if you make something really, really good, we will happily buy it for the right price. You know, if you make something really worth buying, we will pay you a good price. We always will. We're the American public. We love paying for things. We have enough money usually to pay for things. So we're like, why, motherfucker? Why should we pay you $7.50 for a crappy Big Mac that looks like that looks like Professor, you know, the Nutty Professor sat on it, you know?
Popeyes, and McDonald's all raised their prices by 55 to 100%.
I don't understand how they do this, but I swear to God, it really looks like when I buy a burger, it happened today from the Wendy's. When I buy a burger from modern Wendy's, I swear to God, this is the fucking image I get. Professor Clump, Eddie fucking Murphy, but he's butt-ass naked, and he's 500 pounds, and he's sitting on my goddamn fucking double stack in there in the restaurant, and now he's about to hand it to me. I swear to God, that's the mental image when I look at the burger. I'm like, wait, did Professor Clump sit on my fucking burger back there in the restaurant? What happened to make this burger so depressed? Did it not get its Prozac today? What's up with your depressed ass looking burger that looks like Professor Clump sat on it and the back in the 17 minutes it took you to make my Big Mac? Like, what the fuck?
100% between 2014 and 2024. Most of us can remember a time where $5 could fill you up at most restaurants.
Yeah, $5.70 would get you a whole steak cantina meal or whatever. Yeah, like, you know, it used to be really good.
Maybe you'd snack.
I don't believe it's morally sound to charge more than $9 for any fast food meal on the market. I can't think of one that they make that's better than $9. You could charge $9 is about when you hear about that price fixing and stuff. I don't want to limit capitalism. I want to limit greed. Like, I don't want to limit capitalism. I believe it runs the world. I'm not stupid. I believe in Keynesian economics and stuff, and I believe capitalism is important. The problem is the pricing is out of fucking like out of genocidal control. It's going to cause dark ages. You guys charge way too much money for not enough product. Or product that isn't good enough.
A couple of grillers or a fill-up box from...
Yeah, that shit was like, you know, what? Like probably $6.50, $7.50 maybe. Now it's like $13.50.
Taco Bell, a McDouble, McChicken.
Yeah, from 2004 it was, and even then, like, it still wasn't that good. Even in 2004 it wasn't that good. The last time the burger looked this good was 2004, and even then it wasn't that good. Now in 1990 it was. In 1990, this burger was fucking good, like really genuinely good. Like the whole country couldn't stop thinking about the burger. The Olympics would play, and they would sell burgers on the Olympics because they know that we can't stop thinking about how good the Big Mac was. There was a cultural revolution around it. And like, I don't know what happened. You guys just don't like making money. You don't like having a successful business anymore. So you fucked us to death on the price, and you fucked us to death on the quality. And we still buy the Big Mac, because what else are we going to buy? But it's not good, and it costs too much money. Why did you do this? You just don't like having a business anymore, I guess? I don't know. Nobody can explain it. We don't know why you charge $150 for Comcast cable. That shit was $30 for DSL when I was like, I don't know, 15 years old. And the experience isn't that much different. It's high-speed internet. It was about the same as DSL or high-speed broadband for about $49 when I was like 16 years old. Now I feel like you're charging me $130 for the same internet. It's insane. I don't really understand that. Yeah, it's faster. It is faster. But I mean, why wouldn't you make it faster for cheaper, not faster for 5 times as much?
A famous bowl.
Yeah, those famous bowls, when they first came out, they were bomb. They had to be bomb. They were dealing millions of them. So, like, you know, those were bomb. I miss those bowls. Like, you know, my ex, she would talk about how much she really liked the mac and cheese bowl.
KFC, and even if you wanted to get
The mac and cheese bowl was so fucking good. It was.
Full meals, you'd still spend less than $10. What I found shocking is that Columbus, Ohio has the most affordable fast
See, there
food.
it is, like in Columbus, Ohio, right? Okay, if I expected fast food somewhere, it would be like to be good somewhere and cheap. It would be Columbus, Ohio. Everybody eats fast food in Columbus, Ohio. They don't probably cook their own meal. They just go to McDonald's 3 times a day. They all have like Columbus, Ohio jobs. Like, you know, they're the middle class. So yeah, if the middle class can't get a good Big Mac, what happened to this country?
In the country, but meals still cost $10 on average. Most cities average $12 to $13 for a fast food meal, and I can say with certainty, at least where I live, that there are plenty of local restaurants serving way better food for $13. Some McDonald's locations were charging as high as $18 for a Big Mac meal. In 2024, the McDonald's president Joe Erlinger attempted to address many of the concerns that Americans had with McDonald's prices significantly rising. What's funny is that they made this graphic that claims to debunk a bunch of myths, while claiming that the facts state that they have only raised their prices by 20 to 40% since 2019. Like they put this obnoxious claim as a myth. McDonald's medium fries increased by 138%, just to attempt to soften the blow when they say that the fact is that the average price of a medium fries was a 44% increase. Like we're supposed to be like, oh, only a 44% increase for fries that are soggy, cold, and take 20 minutes to get? That's so much better than 138%. The reality is that fast food has entirely changed its value proposition to customers in America. It's no longer about being cheap. It's about being...
These are basic things like fast food, the price of coffee, the price of eggs. We talk about the price of eggs all the time. That's what this whole thing is. The price of eggs has gotten insane. It's disgusting.
Lazy. A professor of marketing at Johns Hopkins said, these chains are not charity organizations. They're not trying to serve cheap food to people who are complaining about high prices. They're trying to get people who have either stopped going to the store or never went there. I suspect the value pricing approach is working for McDonald's. Okay. So, they killed the vibes, ruined the taste, charged way too much money. Is it at least still fast? Well, kinda.
No.
The speed of service has drastically decreased as Americans become more dependent on the drive-thru. America runs on urgency. Our cities are built to drive around, not stop and hang out in. Our work weeks are packed, our commutes are long, and our breaks are short. Everything in our culture tells us to move faster, work more, and consume more. So we designed an entire meal experience around not having to stop moving. Pull up in your car, order before you speak to a person, get your food in a brown bag, and don't even look inside until you're already merging onto the highway, and stuff the fries down your throat with one hand while the other is on the wheel. Drive-thrus aren't about convenience. They're a survival mechanism for a society that doesn't have time to sit down. But now even that convenience is starting to collapse. What used to be a 3 to 5 minute pit stop has turned into a 15+ minute wait behind a line of frustrated drivers. Even places like In-N-Out are facing major problems, with lines that literally cause traffic on the highways next to them. Pretty much every Chick-fil-A I've ever been to around lunchtime has 2 rows of 20+ cars bumper to bumper. Many locations are trying to combat these frustrating wait times by having staff walk around with iPads so you can get that somewhat satisfaction that your order is being taken care of, but it doesn't make the food come out any faster. Now you might think that removing drive-thrus in some locations or incentivizing walk-ins would somehow speed things up, but fast food restaurants have done their homework. Research shows that 47% of US consumers would simply avoid going to a store that doesn't have a drive-thru, and twice as many people prefer using the drive-thru to going in store. And that's because of the American go culture, as well as us not prioritizing eating as a meaningful experience. It's just another task to check off the list. Meals in other countries are a cultural staple, a time to slow down, talk, share, and connect. Americans treat eating as something you do out of necessity between meetings, in traffic, or while staring at your phone. And I'm talking to you, who's literally eating a meal while watching this right now. The obsession with quick service, combined with fast foods,
I eat so much less than I used to.
is slowly turning these restaurants into massive robotic garages, like this concept released by Taco Bell in 2022 for their new vision for making service easier than ever before, or the new designs Chick-fil-A is rolling out that prioritize quick service, or Jimmy John's cutting down the size of their restaurant to resemble more of a studio apartment. To make it even more streamlined, restaurants are releasing AI menu stands that replace human staff members, and the responses have been mixed, with some customers praising the decision and others arguing this is one step further in the wrong direction. So correct orders and no more attitudes for no reason? More jobs with human contact are going away. With fast food restaurants doing everything they can to make service seamless and Americans demanding even more convenience, how far away are we from a robotic arm extending from a building and just dumping the food right into our mouths?
Yeah, I went to Wendy's today, and it was entirely AI. You could see what your sentence was on the readout of the drive-through, and that was a shock. I don't mind it, but it was a shock. I liked it though. I didn't mind it. I like AI. I think the AI is incompetent, but I like AI. I think it helps.
The future looks, there is a way to fight this. There is a way to demand change, get better quality food, better prices, better speeds, and an all-around better experience. The solution is quite simple, and it's being implemented all over the world. Fast food is better outside of America, not just by opinion, but by design. Many nations have stricter regulations on food quality, preservatives, and
I have no
sourcing.
skills
in places
training.
like Japan, France, or Germany, the ingredients are often fresher, the portions are more balanced, and the presentation is far more respectful of the dining experience. But this change didn't necessarily happen out of respect, it was by force. Like in France, when 5 activist farmers tore down a McDonald's that was being built in the southern town of Malo in August 1999. They handed out Roquefort cheese at the protest, which they said was to denounce U.S. import restrictions and hormone-treated beef. But this was a calculated attack. In that same week, French farmers dumped 6 tons of manure on a McDonald's restaurant in Arles. This was a symbol of resistance against American food imperialism and the spread of unhealthy, standardized meals. And it wasn't just about the food, they were defending culture, agriculture, and tradition. And it worked. French consumers began demanding locally sourced ingredients, and McDonald's responded. Today, around 75% of the food served in McDonald's France is sourced domestically. Now, this doesn't mean go and destroy your local McDonald's, but it is proof that a protest goes a long way. Also, McDonald's Europe became the first food service retailer in many markets to sell Marine Stewardship Council certified sustainable fish. The MSC is widely considered the gold standard certification for sustainable wild-caught seafood. Because if they did not meet these standards, then European countries would simply not allow them to serve fish. In India, they mostly don't serve beef or pork items due to religious values held by the citizens. In China, they serve taro pies. Taro is a plant native to Southeast Asia whose roots and leaves are used for food in this region. In Saudi Arabia, 100% of their menu must be halal. Therefore, all products served at McDonald's restaurants are inspected and approved by local authorities and Islamic inspectors at the countries of export. The point is, McDonald's and other fast food restaurants will abide by socio-cultural, religious, food preferences, and environmental factors, or they will simply not be allowed to serve food in that country. And they might even complement the country with a vibey atmosphere. They'll serve food in decommissioned planes in New Zealand, a colorful building pagoda in China, or a ski up in Sweden. The end result, better service, better food, better vibes, and customers who treat eating as something worth sitting down for. All of these point to the fact that fast food restaurants can still be colorful, fun, cheap, and have the best quality food available for their meals. It's just that they only change when people finally start to walk away. This is not the answer you want, but it is the truth. Sure, the buildings are gray and bland. Sure, the service is slow. Sure, the food doesn't taste as good, and corporate greed is driving up the price. But you can protest. You can just stop going, and they will be forced to resort back to the things that made these restaurants special in the first place. But until most of us refuse to order from these fast food restaurants, then nothing is going to change.
I stopped. I mean, I do patronize them like maybe 12 times a year. I think that's like pretty normal. That's like going to a 7-Eleven or something. I haven't been to a 7-Eleven in years. You know, I'm pretty good. I think I'm pretty good about not going and patronizing these people. it zoomed in here. New PDF. I took Bernie into deep Trump country. Can he win them over? More Perfect Union. Wow, More Perfect Union got a Bernie interview. That's cool. '90s rapper to police pipeline. Exploring the '90s rapper to police pipeline. You go from rapper to police. That's actually kind of funny. Why not? Here's a Bloodlines 2 gameplay deep dive. We need to talk about Friends Slop. Asmongold and the Rod of AI. The Dark Side of 1980s Basketball. They really did it. Some kind of new game. We'll go see. Okay, fire it off.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Filter Franco. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Much to talk about today, starting with this. We need to talk about what we now know about Charlie Kirk's assassination, his suspected killer, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, the fallout, and what happens next. Especially because going into and then over the weekend, due to news outlets having to issue retractions and corrections. But as you likely saw, things kicked off on Friday morning when you had Trump going on Fox News and announcing that a suspect had been taken into custody. Then, not long after, Utah Governor Spencer Cox confirming the news at a press conference and revealing Robinson's identity. And they apparently got him because he confessed or implied that he had committed the crime to a family member. But then that family member contacting a family friend who told the sheriff's office and encouraged Robinson to turn himself in. And on Thursday night, he surrendered to the police in the city of St. George, right where he lived, about 250 miles southwest of the campus where he allegedly killed Kirk. The men booked on suspicion of aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily harm, and obstruction of justice, with a judge ordering that he be held without bail, and he's expected to be formally charged by local prosecutors tomorrow. And that's as authorities have come out with a bunch of new evidence appearing to tie him to the murder. Right, one, according to the FBI, Robinson wrote a note before the shooting saying that he had an opportunity to take Kirk out and was going to make use of it. Two, his DNA was reportedly found on a towel wrapped around the rifle, believed to have been used in the shooting, as well as on a screwdriver found on the rooftop where the shot was fired. And three, you now have the Washington Post reporting that a Discord account belonging to Robinson reportedly sent a message in a group afterwards saying, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this." And as of now, it's believed that he acted alone, with Cox saying that officials didn't have any information that would lead to any additional arrests. Also, as far as anything that could give more insight, you had Cox saying back on Friday that Robinson's family members had told investigators that he'd become more political in recent years, and you had one claiming that at a recent dinner, he and a second relative discussed Kirk's upcoming event at Utah Valley University, saying they talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. You also had Governor Cox revealing the exact wording of messages inscribed on unfired cartridges in the woods near campus and alongside the rifle used in the attack. Or because, as you may remember, before this guy was arrested and we learned his identity, you had the Wall Street Journal reporting that the ammunition found inside the shooter's rifle was engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology. But you then had a senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation telling the New York Times that this information hadn't been verified by ATF analysts, didn't match other
This guy was a
theories
nut.
and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. And so what we now know is that there were at least 4 shell casings found with some sort of message on them. One had lyrics to Bella Ciao, which is an Italian song adopted by the anti-fascist resistance during World War II. Another said, "Hey fascist catch," with an up arrow symbol, right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. While you had some noting that the 3 down arrows alone are a common symbol used for anti-fascism, the whole sequence together seemingly refers to a sequence of moves on a controller that releases a bomb in the video game Helldivers 2. The third then reportedly says, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." And the fourth was inscribed with the meme, "Notices bulge, ooh, ooh, what's this?" Right, and so then what you saw online was people kind of falling into one of 3 camps. Some arguing that this shows that the shooter was on the left, others saying this was more of a deep internet meme culture accelerationist kind of thing. But then finally, with the internet culture and the gaming references, you had some saying that it suggested he was actually a groyper. And those are followers of Nick Fuentes, who is a personality who actually just the day before Charlie Kirk was killed, there was a whole write-up about him in the New York Times that read, "Nick Fuentes, a white nationalist problem for the right." And so for those in the camp that were pointing this way, they said, hey, Bella Ciao, for example, that they claimed is something that the group adopted kind of as a meme. It would show up in playlists meant for the group. Though notably with that, you had Fuentes telling Axios he's never heard of that song before. But then also, you had people arguing that these groypers, they long criticized Charlie Kirk. Because while you had many on the left saying that Kirk openly espoused racist, homophobic, transphobic, and misogynistic views, for the groypers, for the most part, he was seen as too moderate. But with all of that, you had Fuentes publicly condemning Kirk's killing, and he posted on X that my followers and I are currently being framed by the mainstream media based on literally zero evidence. And then with that writing, after the left gunned him down, they celebrated and justified it. They said I was next. Now they are blaming me. These people are pure evil. And with all that said, as far as where this shooter reportedly landed, he reportedly wasn't affiliated with either political party. He never voted in an election. His parents are both registered Republicans who voted in the 2024 election. But in a Daily Mail interview on Friday, his grandma said that the family supports the MAGA movement, saying, most of my family members are Republican. Don't know any single one who's a Democrat. Other than also being these photos from his childhood showing his family taking him and his brothers on trips to shoot guns and check out weapons displays. Then this weekend, Utah Governor Spencer Cox speaking to several media outlets and pushing back against the idea that he was on the right. But saying, yes, Robinson comes from a conservative family, but adding his ideology was very different than his family. And he told the Wall Street Journal specifically, it's very clear to us and to investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. And then when asked to elaborate, he said that information comes from the people around him, from his family members and his friends. That's how we got that information. But then another thing that people are taking as evidence of Robinson being on the left is that you had Cox confirming, reporting for Fox News, that he had been living with and in a relationship with a person transitioning from male to female. With Governor Cox noting that the shooter's romantic partner had been very cooperative with authorities and was shocked by what had happened. Well, he stopped short of saying that Robinson's partner's alleged status was a factor of Kirk's killing, and the investigators were continuing to explore a possible motive in the attack. That did not stop the internet from reacting. So you had the likes of Elon Musk reposting far-right commentator Matt Walsh saying transgenderism is a death cult, the largest, most well-funded, and deranged death cult that this country has ever seen. Though that is, you had people noting that the gun violence archive has estimated that only about 0.1% of mass shootings...
Your corpos are the death cult, you fucking shithead.
And that's as it's been estimated, transgender people make up about 1% of the U.S. population age 13 and over, suggesting that, if anything, they commit mass shootings at a lower rate than other Americans. But despite what the numbers may say, despite the fact that officials have not confirmed a motive yet, and despite that we're talking about a situation where one person is being used to kind of paint an entire group, you have many arguing that this is going to be used to justify action against transgender people and maybe even just people on the left in general. Because you're seeing right-wing politicians, right-wing mainstream media, and right-wing social media pointing to Kirk's killing and blaming virtually the entire left and the Democratic Party for his death. And you have many vowing to go after the left, saying that this is war. Also, as far as big, notable reactions and statements, you had Charlie's wife, Erica, speaking in a live stream while standing behind the empty chair that Kirk used during podcast tapings.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. If you thought that my husband's mission,
the evildoers,
was powerful before,
you mean this lone nut?
You have no idea.
You mean this lone nut?
You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
And actually with that, you had J.D. Vance hosting the Charlie Kirk show today, also calling out Soros, and then addressing the issue of political violence. And on one hand, he kind of pushed back against painting the entire left with one brush, but he also ultimately doubled down on the claim that it's a one-sided issue.
Now, I have heard many calls in the last few days for unity and for healing in the wake of Charlie's assassination. You have no idea how desperately I want that, how gratified I was when Democratic friends and even former Senate colleagues reached out to offer their condolences to me. I'm so thankful. And I know there are so many like them all across our great country. But unity, real unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course.
If we didn't kill him, who
Is
cares?
that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified.
Nope.
And only 7% of young conservatives
What are you
say the
basing
same.
that on?
Again, too high a number.
I was not
In a country of
asked.
330 million people,
I think
you
your
can, of course,
statistics are
find
bullshit.
one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate
Bullshit.
political violence. This is
Bullshit.
not a both sides problem. If both sides have a problem,
You're the
one
motherfuckers
side
keep
has a
said
much
when kids
bigger
talk about
and
send
more
in the
malignant
national
problem.
As far as
the
those
national
numbers, Vance appears to be
guard.
referring to a YouGov poll that was conducted after Kirk's shooting. Now, with that, you also have YouGov noting that the way that Democrats and Republicans respond to questions about political violence, it changes when there's an act targeting their own party. So with that, one, Democrats were also more likely to say that violence could sometimes be justified in a poll back in June, although by a small
Kitty, you wanna
margin.
go
And
out?
two, aside from the polling, when it comes to actual violence taking place, we are seeing that this is a both sides problem. We've covered numerous instances on the left and the right. But then with all that, as far as action that we've seen from the Trump administration so far, you've had Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying the department is closely tracking any military personnel who celebrated or mocked Kirk's death. You also had Secretary of State Marco Rubio similarly saying that the State Department would strip visas from anyone doing the same. And then as far as Trump, he's vowed to punish, quote, each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that funded and supported. Also, a really big thing here is that Trump's really only focused on attacks against conservatives and his allies. Right? That even though the wave of violence that we've seen in this country, it's been across the political spectrum. It's targeted Democrats and Republicans alike, but Trump, he's really only doubled and tripled down on it. But on Friday, he seemingly excused extremism on the right by arguing
hello,
they're just
kitty.
motivated by a desire to reduce crime.
The radicals
Hi.
on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone, they want open borders.
And then with that, he called again for prosecutors
do.
to file racketeering charges against
I
George
do.
Soros, right? One of the Democratic
I don't know
Party's
why you
chief
don't.
donors, claiming without evidence
You're
that he
hateful
paid
piece of
violent
shit. That's why you
protesters.
don't.
In Congress, he had Louisiana Republican Clay Higgins saying he'd push for immediate lifetime social media bans for anyone who belittled.
Why not,
Charlie
indeed?
Kirk, with him writing on X. I'm also going after their business licenses and permitting. Their businesses will be blacklisted aggressively. They should be kicked from every school, and their driver's licenses should be revoked. I'm
What?
basically going to cancel with extreme prejudice these evil, sick animals who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm starting that today. And then outside of the government, you had right-wing
I celebrate
influencers
Charlie
like
Kirk's
Laura Loomer,
assassination
former
now,
Proud Boy leader Enrique
just to
Tarrio, and
trigger the
his
reps.
TikTok account posting identifying details about people they claim celebrated Kirk's death. Or for the group calling itself the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation, claiming to have identified over 60,000 extremists who have done so, and outlets reporting that many people are in fact losing their jobs over this. So then next up today, let's talk about a situation that many have been calling a double standard in the media. Though there is a lot of debate around this, and it does largely seem to be split by left versus right. But the first thing up is former political analyst Matthew Dowd, who just got fired from MSNBC. Because what you saw is that the day that Kirk got shot, he reacted to the breaking news with this take.
We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
What you saw is a lot of people interpreting that as him blaming Kirk for his own death, basically saying that Kirk brought this on himself, and it led the network to fire him, with NBC's president saying his remarks were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. With Dowd defending himself on Substack, saying he has consistently been opposed to political violence throughout his career, and writing, keep in mind when the anchor came to me to comment on the national environment, the only thing known at the time was shots were fired, and there was no reporting yet that Kirk was the targeter, had been shot at. I said in the moment that we needed to get the facts because we have no idea what this could be, and that it could easily be someone firing a gun in the air to celebrate the event. Remember, Kirk is a diehard advocate of the Second Amendment. With him then also adding that even though most at MSNBC knew my words were being misconstrued, the network simply reacted to the right-wing media mob. And then also, with everything here, you had many comparing his treatment to that of another mainstream media personality, and that is Fox's Brian Kilmeade. Because in this clip that first aired on Wednesday but only went viral on Saturday, with the network's host discussing the Ukrainian refugee who was stabbed stabbed to death by that homeless man on a train in Charlotte. And you had Lawrence Jones giving his opinion first, and then Kilmeade, he jumps in at the end of the conversation with this remark.
They have given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Right, and the reactions to that were both widespread and indignant. Right, so you had the CEO of WIN, a group that runs.
See, you guys are the violent shitheads. You're the terribly violent, crazy people talking about killing us.
Dialogue about the issue, and
I've never talked about killing you.
Volunteer in one of our shelters and see the face of homelessness for yourself. We could always use the help. You then also had Democrats slamming the Fox host, with Gavin Newsom, for example, quoting Proverbs 21:13. Whoever closes his ear to the cry of the poor will himself call out and not be answered. You can also add Representative Don Bayer writing, America's homeless population includes over 1 million children.
Love thy
and
neighbors.
Tens of thousands of veterans, many of whom served in Iraq or Afghanistan. Nobody deserves to be murdered by the government for mental illness or poverty. These Fox hosts are calling for mass murder. It's sick. With it then apparently getting to such a boiling point that on Sunday, Kilmeade, in a rare move for Fox, actually addressed the controversy on air.
In the morning, we were discussing the murder of Irina Zaruska in Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, how to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extremely callous remark. I'm obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina, and that so many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion.
And then, in reaction to that, you had many different responses. You had some saying that he
Nazi
at all, that he was right to say what he said.
Nazi
arguing that when you put it in context, it's clear that he wasn't
fucking Nazi
all homeless people, just the violent ones. So there, you had people countering that, saying the context actually shows that he was talking about any homeless people who don't accept help or resources. And then finally, you had people calling his apology scripted, hollow, and insincere, and saying that regardless, he should still lose his job. But with many arguing that if an employee on any other mainstream cable network said the same thing, they'd get fired. And you had some, like author and activist Shannon Watts, writing, Brian Kilmeade is advocating for extrajudicial killings on Fox, yet Matthew Dowd was fired by MSNBC for putting out Charlie Kirk's dangerous
The left is the violent one. The left are the killers, you know, as you guys talk about genocide on CNN or Fox.
Has a history of apologizing for what have been called racist or inflammatory comments.
We keep marrying other species and other ethnics. The Swedes have pure genes because they marry other Swedes, because that's the rule. Finns marry other Finns, so they have a pure society. In America, we marry everybody. Not every Muslim's an extremist, a terrorist.
These people are so shitty.
Is a Muslim. Like it or not, these aren't our kids. Show them compassion. But it's not like he's doing this to the people of Idaho or Texas. These are people from another country.
You know, with everything that we're seeing with this, I'd really love to know your thoughts and reactions. Then, next up, before we get back into the news in just a minute, do you ever feel like debt is that annoying friend who just never leaves? You pay one bill, feel good, and then they pop up with interest, late fees, and surprise charges. And it's not your fault. The system's built to keep you trapped. I mean, banks, lenders, and credit card companies, they profit while you stress. And that's where today's sponsor, PDS Debt, comes in. They help people break free from debt without drama or judgment. Credit cards taken care of. Personal loans covered. Medical bills, they help you get out from under it all. No minimum credit score, no side eye, just a plan made by humans who actually understand your situation. And
cool,
hundreds of thousands of people have already worked with PDS Debt to regain control of their finances. I mean, that's real results. PDS Debt is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. I mean, credibility you can trust. They also guide you step by step, helping you climb out, take control, and rebuild your financial life. I mean, you can think of it like a cheat code for your money, legal and effective. And hey, you're just 30 seconds away from starting on your journey to being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. It's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. The QR code's on screen. You can scan it and take the first step today. But then next up in the news today, we've got to talk about how Trump's plans for deploying the National Guard in U.S. cities, they're going nationwide. Though starting in Washington, D.C., you've got Trump currently threatening to declare a national emergency after D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said the city's police wouldn't cooperate with ICE. And some important background to remember is that back in August, Trump misrepresented data about crime in D.C., claimed that it was completely out of control, and declared a national emergency and federal takeover of the Capitol. He took control of the D.C. police and administration sent some 2,000 National Guard troops and federal ICE officers into the city to function as law enforcement. In this move, it was met with a lot of criticism, many saying that it was federal overreach, but as the weeks passed, you had Trump touting it as this massive success, saying that crime in the city fell to virtually nothing. And to be fair, when you look at the data, you see that violent crime dropped by 39% compared to the same period last year. So it is worth noting that we saw a similar drop just last year, with violent crime dropping by 35% to a 30-year low between 2023 and 2024. Also, this federal takeover was only supposed to last 30 days, but the deadline for it passed last week, and you have National Guard troops still in D.C. without a clear mission end date. And while Bowser did sign an earlier order formalizing coordination between D.C. and federal law enforcement officials, now that the 30 days is up, she's telling local police to stop coordinating with ICE. Or with Bowser saying immigration enforcement is not what the MPD does, and with the end of the emergency, it won't be what MPD does in the future. Right? And that, it unsurprisingly did not sit well with Trump, who posted on Truth Social late last night that if the local police didn't cooperate with ICE, quote, crime would come roaring back, and then saying, don't worry, I am with you and won't allow this to happen. I'll call a national emergency and federalize if necessary. And so for now, it seems like things are going to calm down in D.C., though that is not where the National Guard news ends. Right now, because over the weekend, Trump announced in an interview with Fox and Friends that he'd be hitting Memphis next in his crime crackdown. Right, Trump, he promised to not only send in the National Guard, but even the military if what he said is needed. And a big thing is that Trump said that both the Memphis mayor and the governor of Tennessee were happy with the decision to bring in the troops, but you had Memphis's Democratic mayor, Paul Young, quickly dispelling that. You had Young saying, hey, we'd love to look at addressing crime in the city, look at ways to do that, but saying he wasn't happy about this move, and then also adding that he had heard from Governor Bill Lee's office that they were considering Memphis as the next city in Trump's crackdown, but he hadn't actually heard about a confirmation until Trump's announcement. An announcement that was then followed by a statement from the White House saying that the reason Memphis was chosen was because of their crime rate. Saying in 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, highest property crime rate, and third highest murder rate in the U.S.
So
again,
cool.
I will say, like in D.C., Team Trump's characterization of crime stats in Memphis, it's not exactly accurate. You've got Memphis police, in fact, just recently reporting that they've made substantial progress with drops in every major crime category in the first 8 months of 2025 compared to previous years. In fact, overall crime has even reportedly hit a 25-year low, and murders have hit a 6-year low. Though, of course, like in D.C., there are people that counter that say the numbers are still too high. And again, just like in D.C., it's believed that what's going to happen with the National Guard is going to mirror what happened to D.C., including forming a task force with local law enforcement. And with that, you had Young saying that more details will be coming out this week, including the number of troops coming, their arrival date, and their duties. So he also has suggested that the Guard maybe would help with traffic control for major events, monitoring surveillance cameras, or neighborhood beautification efforts. So definitely something we're going to have to keep eyes on, though Memphis was not the only city that Trump name-dropped in that interview, because he also mentioned the CEO of Union Pacific specifically requesting he bring the same treatment to St. Louis.
Where else should we go? Where would you say? He said, sir, please do me a favor. St. Louis has been so badly hit. It's very hard, very, very hard.
And with that, St. Louis Mayor Cara Spencer said in a statement that neither she nor Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe have heard anything about plans being made for National Guard troops to come to St. Louis. And then she added that she'd rather see the Army Corps of Engineers than the National Guard, saying St. Louis absolutely needs President Trump's help to lead in a great American comeback story for our city and Missouri by bringing in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as soon as possible to take on the massive task of removing tornado debris. Our request for that help is sitting on FEMA's desk, so St. Louis needs the president to step in, make it happen, and help St. Louis in its comeback. And also, as far as their actual crime stats, it's important to note that St. Louis is also seeing historic lows in crime. I mean, you're seeing a 36% decrease in burglaries, a 42% decrease in car thefts, and a 53% decrease in shootings. And you had Spencer attributing all that in part to the state takeover of the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Though, I will say, despite that, the public perception of crime is actually at an all-time high. Or the recent survey of St. Louis residents finding that most still have much concern connected to crime. But then finally, with this week, we go south, and we talk about the National Guard news connected to Louisiana, because it was just reported that the Trump administration has drafted up plans to activate some 1,000 Louisiana National Guard troops to serve as law enforcement in the state's urban centers. Right, you have this coming from reported leaked Pentagon planning documents, which suggests that the National Guard will supplement law enforcement in high crime areas. So it looks like it would be things like helping with drug interdiction and providing logistical and communication support to local authorities. The Pentagon's plan also appears to suggest the Guard's mobilization will last until the end of September next year, which is significantly longer than Trump's regular timeline. And then also among the documents was reportedly a draft memo from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to Attorney General Pam Bondi and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Or with the Washington Post reporting that this memo says that the Pentagon's plan would allow for the National Guard to supplement local police forces in places like New Orleans and Baton Rouge, as long as Governor Jeff Landry asks for assistance. There, I'll say it is important to note that while Landry has expressed support for the idea of National guard organization
So
within
cool.
the state. It's not clear whether he's actually made a formal request for something like this yet. And I mention that because it's actually a sticking point for some experts, including Randy Manner, who's a retired Army two-star general and former acting vice chief of the National Guard, who said that he's never actually heard of anything like this before in his 3+ decades of military service. With him adding, this is the administration imposing missions on governors that are not requested, even on a red state governor. But then there's also another thing that has critics concerned, and that is staffing issues during hurricane season. Because should this leaked plan go into effect, it would reportedly tie up roughly 11% of Louisiana's personnel available for emergencies during hurricane season. With the adjutant general overseeing forces in Louisiana saying they may have to call in for assistance from other states in a worst case scenario, which actually brings us to a big area of criticism against this plan and even Trump's recent use of the National Guard generally. Supplementing police forces is not what the National Guard is built for. And with that, you have people like Corey Sheikh, the director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute, saying that the Guard being used in this way, it could have a corrosive effect, and adding, the men and women of our National Guard signed up to defend their communities and defend their country in genuine emergencies, and the Trump administration is fabricating emergencies in ways that are dangerous to the relationship between American society and our military. It's destructive to businesses who employ guardsmen. It's disruptive to single parents. It's destructive to the guardsman's own professional development to be called up potentially for a year at a time. But as we wait to see how all this plays out, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with this whole situation and how we've been seeing it develop over time? But then next up, in more news you need to know, TikTok has been saved. Apparently, because that's what you have US and Chinese negotiators saying after days of meetings in Madrid late last week with President Donald Trump and adding this morning. The big trade meeting in Europe between the United States of America and China has gone very well. It will be concluding shortly. A deal was also reached on a certain company that young people in our country very much wanted to save. They will be very happy. I will be speaking to President Xi on Friday. The relationship remains a very strong one. And the big thing is, we're seeing this just as a deadline to have the app banned was only days away. But probably a big thing, the specifics of how TikTok will be saved are not there right now. And according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, that's because
we're not going to talk about the commercial terms of the deal. It's between two private parties, but the commercial terms have been agreed upon.
That said, another big question here is whether China is going to let ByteDance, right, TikTok's parent company, part with its recommendation algorithm. Because that algorithm, it is the key thing as to why TikTok's been so successful and why it's considered so important that China even placed it on its export control list. Well, we'll have to wait to see the specifics. What a wild ride this has been. Right, Trump made a good effort during his first term trying to ban the app, and then in his second term, he completely did a 180, even considered a deal that would have seen Oracle and Walmart invest in the app. Right, and then on the Chinese side, it wasn't seem like there was a huge appetite for this, so you have people asking, well, what changed? Right, well, some think that Chinese officials really want to get a Xi-Trump summit going and feel that China was willing to give up TikTok to make that happen. In that summit, there's a lot to talk about. You have things like fentanyl coming to the U.S., as well as ongoing trade disputes. On the fence side of things, the U.S. wants China to crack down.
Maybe if we didn't buy it.
Make the drug, but China refuses to do so until the 20% tariff that China faces.
But we want to buy it.
At the same time, Trump wants China to heavily increase its soybean imports.
Making it illegal is goddamn dumb, like Donald Trump, retard Donald Trump.
That can be addressed or kind of materialized. Returning to TikTok, the deal technically will be finalized on Friday after Trump and Xi have a phone call. But then next up, in other news you should know, we've got huge updates coming out of Nepal, because Nepal now has a new prime minister, though she's not going to have the job for long. So her name is Sushila Karki. She officially took office on Sunday, and she's actually the first woman to be the country's prime minister. But she's only going to be in that position for 6 months until formal elections are held, right? Because her appointment, it comes amid turmoil in the country, right? We talked about this recently. Gen Z led massive anti-corruption protests that toppled the nation's government. If you want an even bigger deep dive and you didn't see it, I'll link to the coverage below. But these protests, they were prompted by a social media ban that has since been reversed, but really it was always about deeper issues within the country like poverty and inequality. And what you ended up seeing were government buildings being attacked, officers opening fire on protesters, and today the death toll actually reached 72. So in her first remarks, you had Karki saying, we all need to get together to rebuild the country. We have to work according to the thinking of the Gen Z generation. What this group is demanding is the end of corruption, good governance, and economic equality. And you had Karki also vowing to not overstay her 6-month interim position so that she can hand over her work to the next parliament and minister, saying this is not the job that she wished for, that the people brought her name forward, which actually it brings us to how Nepal got a new prime minister in the first place. Because amid the protests last week, you had the previous prime minister resigning, and Karki was actually appointed on Friday after negotiations between the president, army chief, and many of the Gen Z protesters. And interestingly enough, the protesters actually used Discord to select and rally behind her as their pick. It was also not like she was nobody before this. She previously was a chief justice in the country, but she retired and, per the AP, was known for her anti-corruption stance. But for now, we're going to have to wait to see what happens, though elections have been set for March, and We're gonna have to see how things unfold from now till then. But then finally, today from that, for today's one more thing. Friday, I talked to Maryland Governor Wes Moore about everything from Charlie Kirk to Trump's deployment of the National Guard across the country. Which on that note, this is what he had to say in regards to Trump threatening to deploy the National Guard in Baltimore.
I have been very clear, and I will continue to be very clear. If you want to provide federal resources and federal supports, things like FBI and ATF, if you want to make sure that we're getting these ghost guns out of our neighborhoods and out of our streets, if you want to stop cutting funding like the administration has done to Maryland, if you want to stop cutting our funding like the $30 million in violence prevention that you have cut from our state, I would love to have a very serious conversation with you about that. But if you are trying to have a conversation about activating our National Guard inside of our cities, then miss me with it.
And while it brings us to the end of this video, you've got even more just a click away, because you've got my newest podcast right here for you. One with Preston Stewart and the newest one with Maryland Governor Wes Moore. We've even got links in the description for you for Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, and wherever else you prefer to get filled in. Whatever you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
1806. I love this bear, actually.
Oh, that's my son. Hey, what's going on? They're having a video shot here, and it's about Bernie Sanders coming to town, and they know that we're all Trump supporters.
What happens when you put Bernie Sanders in a room full of Trump voters?
I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed.
It's complicated. But then again, so is West Virginia.
This is West, by God, Virginia.
A state that voted blue for almost 80 years straight until it flipped hard to become the second reddest state in the country.
This is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really? It's easy to assume that West Virginia will be red forever, but I'm not so sure. I live here, and I talk to a lot of Trump voters about floods that leveled their homes, power bills that climb every year, and you'd be surprised how many of them sound like Bernie Sanders.
The millionaires, they don't need a tax break.
When they're trying to give all the billionaires and rich people breaks, that's the opposite of what you should be doing.
So when I heard that Bernie was rolling through, I wanted to know, can a Democratic socialist from Vermont, who's not even running for president, connect in the heart of Trump country?
All right, where should I sit? I'm in the middle of here.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if he did?
He started with Trump, and then now a whole volunteer.
A whole volunteer for Bernie Sanders. He's just ultra liberal. He's a socialist.
I'm sorry to get everybody in trouble here.
And me? I got to drive him around in my truck and find out.
Senator, welcome back to West Virginia. I know it's not your first time here.
No, it is not. I've been here several times, and I must tell you, I love the state, actually. It's a beautiful state, and I very much enjoy the people, very down-to-earth, working-class people. You know, we campaigned here very vigorously.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Yes.
And we had to take on Hillary Clinton and Joe Manchin and the whole Democratic Party establishment. We went to places where politicians don't usually go, including McDowell County, down in the southern part of the state.
Bernie Sanders, who joins me now. We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. What do you think? Do you think we should join other countries and guarantee health care as a right of all?
Yeah, I think every American citizen should have health care.
We ended up winning West Virginia. We won every single county in the state.
In 2016, Bernie didn't just win West Virginia. He shocked everybody who thought they had this place figured out.
We won a big victory in West Virginia.
But that was just a Democratic primary in 2016. The real question is, how does Bernie's message land with Trump voters in 2025?
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you come back to me. Sound good? All right, talk about health care here in Mingo County. What's the story? I see a hand woman right here. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is Sheila Rose, and I ended up back in Mingo County where I grew up after a chronic illness paralyzed me about 4 years ago. I've come a long way since then. But anytime I need to see a specialist, it's a 2-hour trip. Anytime I need a referral to a new specialist, it's a 6-month wait. There is no way to stay healthy in Mingo County.
Mingo County is in the southern coal fields of West Virginia. For generations, people here dug the coal that lit America's cities and kept the factories running. Now, the coal jobs are mostly gone. And what's left is poverty on a scale that rivals anywhere in the United States.
It's crying at the grocery store, choosing between paying a bill or having food in the cabinet or the refrigerator. It affects your health, and then you don't have health care. Child care is ridiculously expensive, so it's very stressful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mingo County, like the rest of the state, went big for Donald Trump. So we followed up with some of his
Dear
voters
God,
over
why,
biscuits and
you dumb
coffee
hicks.
to find out what that's all about.
I would have been nervous with a lot of different, like, you know, celebrities or politicians, but you just seem so normal. Like, and you're like obviously just like a normal human.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the damn breakfast here. I'm starving.
We already ate.
I would love to take an inventory of just personal politics in the last couple of years. Can we start off with that?
You're gonna start with me.
Yeah, we'll start with you. Yeah.
I am independent, but I lean conservative. I not as much anymore as I used to, but I did vote for Trump. But I did post on my Facebook page, instead of I voted, I put I vomited because I didn't want to, but I didn't. You know.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I voted Republican. I agree with some things of Trump, but most I do not right now.
Right.
I do not. No.
And John, what's that like for you?
Well, this is my first time voting because I was just turned 18 right before I was able to vote. So I voted for Trump, but I'm primarily a Democrat.
Senator, who'd you vote for?
It wasn't Trump. Let me throw out a question. Yeah. You are living, shock of all shocks, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Do you feel that down here?
No. People are not surviving. We just had our food bank yesterday. We usually pack for 80 people. We served 102 yesterday. It is getting worse. Nobody's surviving right now.
My husband works at the hospital, and there are several ODs every single day.
Only a town of 6,000.
Yeah, we're not a big town.
Several ODs every day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, and you may not know the answer, nobody does, because again, this is not just the West Virginia issue, we got it terrible in Vermont. So why are people doing drugs?
In my
poverty
thing that I see, because I work a lot in addiction, is it's mental health issues.
It's what?
Mental health issues.
Lack of jobs.
Lack of jobs, poverty, lack of support for our veterans.
You find many veterans doing drugs?
Oh, yes. And homeless.
And homeless.
And that irritates me. They stood up, they fought for our country, and we can't even afford to give them housing.
I always wondered, how did so many drugs get into this state? Do we have thoughts about that? How did so many? Yeah.
The doctor's pushing it.
Talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, my mother was an addict, and that's how she got addicted. Was she had a back injury? The doctor kept prescribing medicine. Eventually, that medicine didn't work, and she had to start doing the harder stuff. Sadly, she passed away from a drug overdose. So, I mean, I understand the addiction part of it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to fight. And addiction just doesn't affect the person that's doing it. It affects the whole family,
everyone.
the whole area.
Testify, sister.
Grow
it's
up
not a
around this
law
kind of poverty
enforcement
long enough,
issue.
and you start
Addictions
to
are
lose
the
faith
same.
in the political system that allowed it to happen. While Trump may put up huge numbers at the ballot box, nearly half of West Virginians don't even show up to vote at all. One of the highest non-voting rates in the country.
And I think the message is not complicated. People throughout the country, especially in rural areas, feel neglected. They are hurting financially. The Democratic Party, by and large, has kind of ignored those people, turned its back on them.
Not always, though, right?
Not always, no.
Especially here. I mean, it was 80 years of Democrats before it flipped.
You got it. This is one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. Your strong union state, working class state, But I think what happened in West Virginia is a perfect example of the decline of the Democratic Party nationally.
To understand what happened to the Democratic Party in West Virginia, you need to understand the history of coal.
I'm a mine worker, generational mine worker. We built these towns, all of us.
There was a time when coal companies controlled almost everything, and speaking out against the boss could get you beaten, evicted, or worse. But in 1921, all of that boiled over at the Battle of Blair Mountain, the largest labor uprising in U.S. history.
Way back when, in the 1920s, it wasn't quite so civil. But we got to respect those people, our ancestors.
The mine wars, our own history here, is kept out of the textbooks, really.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's not in the popular imagination. I mean, that's been scrubbed because I think it's dangerous. You know, it's a threat. It's a threat to power.
Yeah.
Those early fights built the United Mine Workers of America and inspired a national labor movement that won the 8-hour day, paid vacations, and the weekend. And for decades, it was the Democratic Party who defended the unions. So working-class West Virginians kept that fire going at the ballot box. But coal burns fast, and eventually the flame died out. Within a few decades, we went from over 100,000 coal miners to around 10,000 today, and only a fraction of those still unionized. As the unions shrank, so did the backbone of the Democratic Party. So the Democrats shifted their strategy. They left the coal towns and the haulers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
The whole valley here was Democrat for years and years, and here the last 5 or 6 years, it has evolved into red.
West Virginia's turn from deep blue to solid red happened fast, all while hospitals struggled to stay open, classrooms emptied out, and opioids were pumped into these hills. Then came Trump, who promised to turn back the clock.
Coal is coming back. Clean coal is coming back. 100%.
Donald Trump says he's going to bring back jobs to Appalachia, to the coal mining areas.
Yeah, they may do it.
You can see President Trump's bringing in all kind of industry. There's going to be jobs up the kazoo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Why is Trump president? It's not complicated, in my view.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party
He promises things he doesn't deliver.
And tinkering around the edges.
Yeah.
You know, we promise you we're not going to do anything bold. We're very bipartisan. We're going to work with the business community. We love billionaires. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? And Trump comes along and says the system is broken.
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why I alone can fix it.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's right. The system is broken. Now, his solutions only make it worse.
Trump, for all his promises, has not brought the coal industry back. But with the Big Beautiful Bill, his signature piece of legislation, he made his mark on West Virginia. It's estimated that more than 50,000 West Virginians will be cut from Medicaid. At least 7 hospitals in the state are at risk of shutting down, and as many as 84,000 people will lose access to food assistance because of this bill.
So in this bill, Trump's Big Beautiful Bill, why do you think they cut Medicaid? To save government money so that, what?
They can give tax to their donors.
Exactly. It's not only a $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, it's a huge tax break to large corporations as well.
So why do they need to have a tax break?
All right.
I
Now
could use
you're
a tax
asking
break.
me-
I mean, I'm being real. I know I pay like 26% taxes. Like, I could use that money.
Look, these people on top are not nice people. They want more and more. They don't have $1 million. That's chump change.
Yeah.
And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in some case.
When you live here, it feels like a poor country.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I mean, when you say we're the wealthiest, like you said that several times yesterday, and I was like, is it true though? Because like,
That's a very good point.
yeah.
In aggregate, that's what, look, If we're sitting here and I'm worth $1 billion and all of you are broke, you add it all together and divide it, we're very wealthy, right? We're all worth $100 million. But I got $1 billion and you got nothing. That's America. And if I say that I think the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, are you going to think I'm a communist and a terrible person?
I think if people listen, if you talk the way that you did, and you're so reasonable, like they've painted you in a bad light, and it actually makes me very angry because you see things and you believe it. I'll just be honest, I haven't really seen you talk before. I haven't really I don't follow politics that much. And so the last couple days before this, I started watching some of your speeches.
I can't believe they're going to convert these right wing. I don't think it's a very solid plan, but if that's what they think is necessary. I've never heard of an ex-right winger. I've heard of lots of ex-liberals, but I've never heard of an ex-right winger. I don't know.
Started watching your interviews, and I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed in the media, right?
We're told that the biggest divide in America is between left and right. But Bernie came here to flip that story on its head.
I think that whether you're in rural West Virginia or Burlington, Vermont, you got the same exact issues. And I think we don't let people divide us up. We got to come together to fight for all of us.
Over 100 years ago, they called us rednecks because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. That history was mostly erased from our textbooks, but it never went away. It's still here, scattered all across the state, if you know where to look.
My grandfather fought at Blair Mountain.
Your grandfather fought at Blair Mountain?
Yes.
What do you think this country at this moment needs to learn from your grandfather who fought at Blair Mountain?
Well, you just can't stand and let them step on you. You got to get up and fight.
So that is what our struggle is about, is to take on the greed of these people and say, you know what? You cannot and will not have it all.
Bernie Sanders is 84 years old. He's not running for president. But maybe what he's after is way bigger than one election.
How do we get the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, who is just as guilty of taking money from billionaire causes, to embrace a progressive working class agenda, because it's about time?
What's your name?
Max.
You're gonna lead it, Max.
Goddamn right.
This state was once one of the strongest Democratic states in the country.
Goddamn right.
People gave up on the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party gave up on them. So take it back. Don't ask, take it.
You have been to how many Bernie rallies now?
3.
And over what period of time did that take place?
2 days. The first night was just real eye-opening for me. It was a whole mind shift of my whole belief system of how we could come together as a people.
Yeah.
We all want our kids to have a safe place to live. We all want our kids to have food. We all want our kids to have health care. There's no difference. We all need to fight together.
Yeah.
Because if we're fighting each other, we're not going to ever get anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Did you expect to walk out of here with a shirt?
I did not expect to walk out of here with a shirt.
Fight oligarchy.
Hi, thanks for watching our video. If you like this story and you want more stories like this, be sure to like and subscribe.
I did. This was so good.
subscribe to the channel to get more.
This was so good. Thank you, More Perfect Union. You've blown me away recently. This is a really great channel. Yeah, I got a level. I needed it for a bed. Okay. So my bear will gather stuff. Okay, there's like tons of stuff around the bear. They should have improved the bear. I don't know. Yeah, like make a couple of fuses, huh? Oh no, I mean no fuses, huh? Make a couple of fuses. What else? I want... oh yes, AR ammo, rifle ammo. There we are. 1,000 rifle ammo rounds. Very good. We got another mimetic. I'm level 23, which means I think I have a whole nother mimetics thing I've got to do in the cradle. I do. So what else? When deviations record... when airborne deviations recover 6 deviant power. So when I fly in, I gain like I could gain a damage thing. Here's a melee buff. Extreme freezing might be pretty good. Brawl boost is cool. So you can get 30% move speed with Brawl boost, and I think I will equip that. Which is cool. That is cool. So I like this game. It's got cool RPG stuff. It's fun to focus on it. I need to go save, though, or it'll log me out. I know it will. So, but you want me to go up there. If I get in the ship, it'll save. go into the memetics thing again. I love Once Human. It is like my new game. I think Once Human and No Man's Sky, pretty good mix of games. Neither one of them is toxic. I mean, it can be if you play on the wrong server, but like neither one of them is toxic. And hardcore No Man's Sky, hardcore No Man's Sky, No Man's Sky, hardcore, Once Human, Eve, and FFXI is a pretty good mix of games. Ooh, I got one of these. Ooh. Electric furnace power consumption and crafting time down. Synthesis bench when starting drones, turrets, stardust, shields, increase their use count by 1. Refiner facility. The refiner facility can refine sulfur into hot rock ore. Updraft device. Facility boost. Updraft. The gravity is reduced around the updraft cannon. Updraft device, gravity light. Electric furnace buff, it seems best out of all of these, so I'll take this one. Yeah. And then we have to go buy beds. I forgot that she had to buy beds, so that's like basic furniture, I think. Yeah, beds. And then lights. Yeah, lights would be nice. Good. Along with lights comes a need for solar power. I have a lot of memetics. Oh yeah, the campfire is good. There's display facilities, and I'm sure I'll use those later. But I think there's other more important things. Wooden stairs is always a really important one, so we'll buy that one. Okay, so, what else? So, good, and then I want, benches, right? Yeah, stuff that, like bench stuff. Oh, stat, that's like, this one, I think. No, it's this one. There. Basic gear. Here we go. Intermediate gear workbench. And I need an intermediate supplies workbench. Oh, refund? No, unlock. There we go. Then we want to work towards better tools like right away. Like chainsaw, mimetic steel pickaxes, and aluminum ingots. Oh no, I don't have enough, huh? And then I'll go for electric drills next. Yeah. Mimetic chainsaws. Yeah, I want a chainsaw and a drill next, and I need to go get steel, but that means going to a higher place. I need to run that monument completely. I'm gonna take my 5-minute. Oh no, I guess I better build a bed. Is what I would like to do. Build a bed gear. The Beastmaster made Once Human a lot more attractive to me. I didn't know they would do that. That's actually a really outside the box thing that I really love, and that's gonna make Once Human a much more viable game to me. They like added Beastmaster to the game. That's actually so good. I love Beastmaster. It's my favorite class, really. I didn't know, but I do. I love Beastmaster. I use drone ships in Eve. I use Beastmaster in FFXI. I'm a Beastmaster guy. I don't know why, but I just am. I don't mind losing XP on Beastmaster. It doesn't matter to me. I have to pee. I'm going to go deal with that. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to go get some wine. Okay. Now, I want to go get Signet and I will leave town. I've got everything I need. Guess I'll go kill goblins and wind elementals and Tarama. That was a fun camp, but I don't spend all my time there. I don't want to log out. I am here to try and make whatever this thing wants. I can't remember what it wants. Recharge. I need a power condenser.
Technology recharge.
Wow. God damn, like, the production value in this game is really high. It, like, actually really is. I like modern games, even though this is 9 years old. It is a good game. Oh yeah, I didn't realize how much that does to your frame rate, yeah. Itanishio. Erkio. Hitanishio. One of these is going to the same place. Nice, I got a freebie. Nice, not bad, not bad. Alright, let's go. We will optimize route here, and we will come back here in the end. We load up the cargo in the inventory. There we are, we are ready. Let us go. Yes, we are missing, go. A red star in a fragile world. Beautiful. Access the build menu with Z. Triangulation progress. So should I go back to... Should probably go back to my ship now. No, I could die here. This drop, this will kill me. I have to be like careful, you know? Be careful. It's a hardcore character, you know? Probably wouldn't kill me, but it would, like, hurt. It'd probably drop most of my health. You can't really fall for stories like that, no. If not kill, outright kill me, yeah. So, yeah, we get in the ship now. I go back to, no, wait. Oh, yeah. I was recharging my, well, anyways. Stand up. We're going back to the house, and I'll build a signal booster.
Hostile scan detected.
Ooh, subspace scan, huh? Subspace. Fine by me, bitch. Fine by me.
Ships approaching. Hostile ships defeated.
The other pirate ship ran. I didn't see it. I had to go fight him, and then when I came back, it's like gone. New Gek rank, nice. I like this game. I think it's actually a really amazing game, actually. I didn't expect it to be this engaging to me, but it is. I like sandboxes like this. I'm more open-minded to them than I've ever been. I'm more open-minded to Starfield than I've ever been. I would like to get on and look for mods on Starfield, but I mean, I'm going to wait a couple of weeks to do that. So, now what? Once Human is super good, too. Oh, yeah, we're getting another scan? Okay, that works for me, yeah. Fine by me, I'll take you all on. Let's go. Their pirate transponders are worth a lot of money. I like fighting these guys. Some people are probably really scared of battle. Easy enough. I love this space combat. That's the best aerial combat has ever felt to me in any game. I don't know why they couldn't get it when I was a kid. Why couldn't they offer an experience like this in a kid where you just press a button or something to auto, like, correct speed? You know what other game has that? Is X4. X4 is a really good game if you put the time into it. But not as good as this. I don't think X4 is nearly any as good as this. I'd rather play this than X4, definitely. It's got the same depth, really. I honestly, more depth. There's more, I mean, not more, in the spec that, like, I don't know, they're both really different games, but X4 is only getting better. I guess I should buy, like, the GOG version of X4 and install it through the store so it's always updated. Because I took offline versions, right? But I want an online updated version of X4 on the GOG store. Yeah, what am I building? I'm building like a bed. Yeah, I want to land at my base. Yeah, so here we go. Nice, got some good stuff. I am back here to do some other stuff with housing. I want facilities like a bed. Oh, did I get furnace? Yeah, I did. Oh, this campfire is a really good thing. We'll do this all over the base. I don't know. Where's the best place for this? Probably, yeah, like that. At like 4. Can we put it like under the bench? Maybe, yeah, like that. 4. 4. Then we get out and we put heating materials in. 68 fuel. 10 minutes, that's it? Or is it 10 hours? Is it 10 hours or 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Oh well, it's there and I can use it if I want. These are more for RP than they are for like the winter. I'm not really in a place where it's affecting me. Next comes a bed. Oh, the wish machine. I really need this to go down, but I don't have the copper ingots, damn it. Did I get all of these? No, I don't think I did. Glass, bronze, copper, very good. So, oops, journey. Build a zip line. Claim all. Can I like track these along the top of my screen or whatever? Oh no, it's just tracking like extra ones. I don't see what I'm supposed to collect. I believe I will, oh, I don't know. I will, oh, yeah, I suppose I have stuff to deposit, but it's not really a big deal right now. Oh, yeah, I use the signal booster. Okay, signal booster. Triangulation. There we go. Triangulate position.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Position logged. Nice. Alone amidst the stars was complete. Okay, so you need 3. I need to visit 3 planets to triangulate my position. Okay. So then I will build a base on the next planet, I guess. I can see that I don't need... Or, well, in the main base, we do need room for these boxes. But, well, I don't know, or at least that box. But, yeah, I think really 2 boxes is probably big enough. So we can see that a 2, 4, 6, like a 2 by 8, or sorry, a 2 by 4. Yeah, like a 2, okay. So we see that a good base only has to be about 2 by 4. You know, for the future. I will go and work on other stuff. So, what else? Sign up for endless stream, summon phase, switch to permanent mode. Sign up. Stellar Stairway, claim all. Starcom, nice, 28k Starcom. Oh, I need the wish machine. The wish machine is something that I need, but I need a bed. Furniture, right? Yeah, I want a rare bed. Cool. Rare bed, and at the foot of it, I want a wish machine. Floor lamp. There's a floor lamp. So what else? I want, wow, there's lots of cool stuff, but, oh, yeah, floor mirror is cool. We'll put that down. Floor mirror, and what else? I want a wish machine. Small refinery, but I need more bronze. There's a stardust filter. Go put that up on the roof. Got enough for that now. At least for now. Yeah, like stardust filter. And then isolated securement units. Wish machine. Cool. Wish machine will go at the foot of the bed. Perfect. And there we go. We got a gamer's bed. Oh, did the bed go down backwards? Yeah, the bed went down backwards. Oops, relocate and flip around. There we go. And rest. And now, like 76. I like this game. I think it's better than 76, even though the combat's sort of, well, I don't know. The combat's not really subpar anymore. Now it's got like Beastmaster and stuff like that. So I guess I travel to other places. I've only been to 2 systems, so that sort of expands beyond what or towards what I want to do. Ah, good. All my stats are back. Cool, treasure trove. Mr. Wish's treasure trove. Oh! Wow, that's a cool looking mask. I'll take it, yeah. I like those. 50 acid, 15 gunpowder. And that's the sand, I guess, the sand stuff. Oh, hot. Clear them all, play for 3 days, check in rewards. Oops, yep. This game wants to steal your time so bad. Nice. That was a cool little auto pistol I saw. Cool. I really like the crystal vial stuff. It is a really cool set. This froze my Eve client, apparently. Haywire bottom. Nice, 4,000 asterism's good. So I'll get like 4 pulls. Raining cash frag. Bronze ingots and standard parts. Okay, so I'll have to run that place. I think I'll log and do my 76 daily. Mystico's Mark. Nice. Anyways, I came over here. Some sulfur wouldn't be bad, but I'm mainly looking for tin. I should run this monument now that I have ammo. Oh, I should repair everything. That's the last thing I haven't done. There's some tin. Right on. I love Once Human, I always have.
You've been examined.
This is out. This thing is out. Time to open a new one. Let's do Huckleberry at 96%, or I don't know. I'll say Blue Dream at 95. I haven't done the Blue Dream in a long time. We'll do Blue Dream at 95. All right, time for a new strain. I think I've done Blue Dream before, but I don't remember it. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, yeah, you just screw it on and you're doing drugs. Yeah. Ah. Oh, phone's ringing. Hello.
I want to know what'll make the peppers in my hand. Soap and water is
working there on fire.
You know, I don't know, but I could look.
All right, maybe vinegar water. Well, look and see, because I've been working with peppers now for 12 hours straight, practically. I just finished.
How to neutralize pepper juice in my cuts in my hands. Yay. Okay, so I consulted the AI, and the internet suggestion is to. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. So the internet says that you should first coat your hands in olive oil, as the capsaicin in it dissolves the it dissolves the capsaicin in the peppers the best. Then you can also do vinegar. Or they say milk or yogurt. So I would try probably first, like if you have any yogurt in your fridge, just smear your hands in yogurt and let it sit for 60 seconds. Then do vinegar after it, and then after you're done with the vinegar, finish up with olive oil. No, you're just looking to get like viscous stuff in there to stop the capsaicin, which is the active compound in peppers. Yep, and after all of that, you're going to wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water to remove any remaining residue.
And you wipe it all over your hands, huh?
Yep, you're going to do, first I would do yogurt, just like a little handful of yogurt. Yeah, and they say lotion works too, but it's the least effective. They're saying yogurt, vinegar, and then finish with olive oil or vegetable oil, whatever you have. And then vinegar, yep, or lemon juice. Yep. And just, I wouldn't leave it on long, like probably 30 seconds, and then, rub it off with water, because this stuff's acidic, Oops. No, you broke out. I'm sorry, what? Oh. Okay, so I'm sorry, I was muted. There we go. I'm back with you guys. Sorry about that. Got a phone call. Just a little too high. They made him just a little too high. You just put him on the ground, you know? Copper. I'm looking for tin, though, and I guess I got all the tin in this area. Oh, I was curious to see, is this a passive or is it an active item? This curiosity catcher, is it active? I can't remember. That's food, is it? Yeah, I don't need food. I do need injectors. Yeah, on my 1 key, I guess. Or no, my X key should be my heal, and my 1 key should be... or no, mouse 5. Mouse 5, right? Oh, I see. Oops. So, that thing should be mouse 5. That should be my X key. X key... Oh, 1 should be X. Yeah, 1 should be X. 1 should be X, yeah. So, how do you get to settings again? Settings, keyboard. In here is my taskbar, or not taskbar, my bar. Yeah, here we go. Instead of 1, I want X. Yeah, there we go. Confirm for standard combat data. Confirm. Then standard combat deviation control. Oh, yeah, deviation control. Never mind. So, mouse 5. Yeah. So, deviation control... Yeah, should be on E. E. So, E puts it away. Ugh. Deviation control. Could we put it on... T. Yeah. And then move the camp to Y. I hate all the keybinds. They're so annoying. Keep sprinting is Y. Yeah, keep sprinting is Y, and they just switched them. Yeah, camp is... Oh, no, camp, right? Camp. How do you camp? Where is camp? Place camp, place camp. Where is camp? Camp. There. So, I want that on Y. Confirm. I could rebind the deviation control. Keep sprinting. Y. Yeah, camp is Y. Keep sprinting, I normally put on middle mouse. Is quick pin? Yeah, so... I don't know. Can I put it on R? Will that be the same thing? New short flick conflicts with reload. Reload then. Confirm. Keep sprinting. It's a tough one. I don't know. There's, I don't know. Left alt, standard chat, voice chat. Yes. And then I want standard chat, voice chat. Voice chat to be on tilde. Oh, yeah. Did that mess up? Yeah, cancel that one. The voice chat. No, I do want that. And then build flight mode, enter exit flight mode. In build, enter exit flight mode. Enter exit flight mode. We could put on something like comma. Yeah, put it on comma. That works. Yeah, put it on something else. I don't really see why not. Copper. Oh, my water and food is down, so we use enough. So this thing is my canned seafood, which is like a farming buff, and I gotta remember I have this. Food. There's Stardust energy drink, yeah, and then I want water, and then, so, is this thing an active thing? Oh, it is! It's like an active thing. Yeah, and it's like, where is... Oh, okay, I didn't realize that thing was actually really active. Okay, so here's tin. I love Once Human. It, like, I have to admit that I do like this game. I like it more than No Man's Sky, to be honest. The problem is they're both mains. I like No Man's Sky, and it's not going anywhere, and it bit me, and I came in looking at it, but I think I actually kind of want to main Once Human right now. And do Once Human, Eve, and FFXI. Because it's hard to do two mains like No Man's Sky and Once Human got a lot more interesting to me now with Beastmaster. I might actually take a really serious look at this game. There was no real reason to play it before, just, you know, because the end is just like the end. But now getting the Beastmaster up and having it run like monuments is quite entertaining to me, especially with like no UI or anything, because I don't want to be hit really. Well, yeah, I guess if I'm mining tin, I could use that ability or that juice. But anyways, let's water all the way back up. Water, food, butterfly's emissary crate. Nice. Cosmetic tokens. Cosmetic tokens. God, there's so much stuff in this game. But yeah, of the two, I don't think I can do both games because they're both really active games, and one's in a hardcore mode. Yeah, 76 is too active of a game. I could just chop wood on Mortal with my GeForce Now account. And then use the money that I got from it to buy stuff. Like mounts. I can always just buy a mount if I had endless money. But I don't know. I don't like Mortal. It's not the right sandbox. Like, yeah, No Man's Sky is good, but it requires too much thought. Oops. I'm trying to get out to... Oops. Yep, stop. Damn, there's a lot of mining here. So we got all this stuff up. We're gonna get some preserved food. Nice, and some water. It's weird because that does that too, though. I can use the butterfly catcher or whatever it's called, but yeah. I really like that. I like having to aim at him. Maybe the cursor would be a good thing, actually. So in my game settings for, like, game settings and stuff, for under account. Target language. Maybe the cursor is actually good. Wait, did you turn it on? Dynamic. How about, oh, crosshair thickness. Can we make it bigger and crosshair transparency? Oh, okay, never mind. I actually like that. Yeah, that doesn't bother me. It's a little thick. Yeah, we could make it smaller, I suppose. Game settings. No, I like that cursor. Never mind. I like that cursor. I got no issue with it. So, cursor thickness. Try it down to like half that size. Yeah, that's a bit better. Actually, I'd make it a little bit bigger if I could. I like that cursor, actually. So, crosshair display as always. Crosshair transparency. We could make it like half as visible. 50. 6 a little bit bigger to like 9. Yeah, it's like see-through and it's fairly big, but yeah, it's good. It's good because you can see where to send the bearer. The TTK is about the same as shooting them. Yeah, look, you can just turn off the HUD and just chain run the whole dungeon or whatever. And just sick the bearer, and while the bear fights, you loot. Oh, kill him. Ah! Go bear. Get him. Coat hanger, toilet plunger, metal scraps. That guy with the gun's annoying. Get on him. Ah! Oh. Now, I should get a run speed boost for torching them. Ah! Yep. Run speed boost. I don't know where all the buffs are. Where are all the buffs? Are they down there at the bottom? I think they are. There's like some button you can do. Oh, that's, yeah, well, I guess that wasn't the worst thing, but okay, so I think I get a nice 60-second run speed buff when I torch them, and it stacks 5 times, up to 30% run speed buff, which is super powerful for a game like this. Oh. I like that mob, he's good. Alright, I think the bear defends you, so you can just stand there AFK and the bear just fights for you, although, yeah, so like, the really thick armor might be really good if you can do such a thing. You've left the dream zone. Now I can, like, get really epically good at this game. Because it's permanent. I don't lose the progress. They don't reset like Rust. Get on him. Ah. He's burning. Oh, get on him. Get on him. Nope, get on him. Ah, where's the other gun? It feels tactical and way cooler than it normally does. Yeah, go kill him. Fucking dick. Oh, kill him, he's nasty. Oh, I'm out for some reason. Why am I out? Because there's a boss standing on me, but I couldn't see him. I'm not going to use an adrenaline shot for this. I mean, I guess I could. Fuck it. I don't want to go back. Fight, bear, fight. Ah. Oh. Ah, I couldn't heal. I was using the item. Come on, man. I'll use another one. I can't. Just let the bear fight and let him kill this stupid ass boss. I'll get the credit anyways. Kill him. Stupid ass fucking boss. Kill him. There he is. Fuck that guy. I got the XP. So it doesn't matter if you're fucking dead or not. Okay, so just, yeah, we'll just jump back now. Fucking annoying. But I'm learning the game. I'm learning the game to, like, fight more. I'm learning to fight more because it's a little bit more, like less roll face than I thought it was. Yeah. Nice. I'll go back to the body now. Respawn. I should put a tent down right there at that spawn. I'm learning. Like New World. Yeah, maybe Once Human would be a good main, and then I don't know. I don't know what to play in the background. I could play PvE Rust. Ah, why? Why did we walk off the edge of the fucking thing? I wasn't on the game. I wasn't even tabbed to the game. You're dumb. You're so annoying. Ah, you're so annoying. When you die, it like resets your camera the wrong way. This game has so much quality of life, like the camera shots and the, wow, like the game looks so good. Oh, look how bad that cursor is. I don't know. I want the cursor to be more transparent than that. Game settings. It's too big. Turn it down to like a 5, and then, yeah, and turn the transparency down. I guess that works. Stop. You keep going forward for some reason.